Pascal. You are now rocking with that dude Pascal. We be going wild, Haitian in the building. So say good morning, and we're now got the haters catching feelings. Get your hands up to the ceiling and keep them held high, cause St. Louis isn't ready. Forget about it, goodbye. Hold up, we just saying hi. Five somebody, rise up. Weekdays, catch us live, somebody. Let's go.
Good morning. Good afternoon and good evening, everybody. Welcome to the Pascal Show. Hope you guys all doing well out there. Sorry for the delay. Got a lot going on today. There's a lot moving. Trying to get a lot of things done. Apologize for sorry for making you guys wait. Okay. Apologies for making you guys wait. But I appreciate you guys still sticking around and being with me. Is much appreciated. But anyway, there's a lot that we need to talk about. This whole weekend, things got crazy this weekend from what I'm seeing. And there's quite a bit we need to talk about, okay? So good morning to every single last one of y'all. Good morning, okay? Hopefully you guys are all doing well out there. Hope the show finds you in good spirits, like I always say. Because another day above the dirt is always a blessing. Let's not forget that. But please do me a favor before we get into everything. Hit that like button down below. Crush it, do what it do. Hit that reaction button if you're watching on these other platforms. If you are watching on these other platforms like Facebook, X/Twitter, Instagram, TikTok, Rumble, Twitch, Kick. I'm on all of them. So make sure you are following those platforms. Follow, especially my Facebook and my TikTok. Yeah, especially Facebook. There's a lot going on, a lot of missing person cases, etc. Sometimes I just can't get in front of the camera to give you all the news all day long. So a lot of times I'm putting it in article form, especially these breaking news cases, etc. Or there's breaks in the case and all that. So make sure you're following my Facebook page. All right, please do that. But subscribe here on my YouTube channel. Subscribe right here. Go and check out my second channel, The Pascal Show Clips, and also check out Pascal Raw. That's my third channel. Go and check those things out. Subscribe, please, and thank you. All right. Hit that notification bell. Set it to all on all those platforms so you know whenever I go live, whenever I upload, because honestly, it is random. It is, at least for now. Trying to figure some things out in the near future. But for right now, it's random for right now. Okay. So make sure you hit that subscribe button, hit that notification bell, hit that join button down below. Become a member of the family. Got some news for you guys as well. So please make sure you are checking that out. So, become a member. Check out my Patreon as well. We got some things going on, percolating out there on the Patreon as well. So make sure you're doing that too. If you want to support even further, okay, check out my Patreon. And of course, check out PascalMerch.com. PascalMerch.com. We got some really great stuff over there. PascalMerch.com. Okay. Now that we got all the preliminary crap out of the way, all the necessary stuff to keep the bells whistling or the bells ringing and the whistles whistling, whatever the hell it is, okay? A lot of things have been going on. And there's something that's been popping off in the news as of late. Okay. So Don Lemon, former CNN anchor Don Lemon. He has a YouTube channel, and he's been doing his thing on his YouTube channel. And so he made an announcement that he was going to go out to Minneapolis, boots on the ground, interview people, and see what's going on. What's happening? What's the buzz? Tell me what's happening, right? And so he went out to Minneapolis, and he said, oh, yeah, well, here's what's really interesting is I can't show you guys these guys' faces. I can't show you what's going on, but we're here for something really big. Something really big's about to happen. And then he walks into a church with a gang of protesters. And these protesters are saying that this particular pastor right here is also ICE, which is crazy. It's crazy. But this pastor apparently also works with ICE. Okay. There's a lot to break down because I honestly, It's a different one. I thought it was this guy. I could have sworn it was this guy, but maybe I was wrong, or I'm mistaken. Okay, he's just the one that was actually up there preaching to, as he says, his flock. Right now, if that pastor, no matter what happened here is absolutely insane. Okay, I gotta scroll it back because there's a lot that happens before he gets to interviewing this particular pastor. Okay. And my apologies if I got the wrong guy. All right. But nonetheless, this is absolutely insane. There's another video. Here's the thing. Let me just say this really quick. Okay. I'm all for freedom of speech. I'm all for protesting. I'm all for it. Okay. Of course, as long as it's peaceful and all that crap. Okay. We already know that. Okay. If you know my show, you know my demeanor, you know how I roll, you already know that. I'm not for anarchy. I'm not for craziness. I'm not for all this BS. Okay. But one thing's for sure. This was insane. This was absolutely insane. I'm going to say it. Now, going into the church and all that, wild. Wild. Outside the church, have at it. Inside the church, pretty intense. Pretty intense. Okay? I forgot to say this. Happy MLK Day. Happy MLK Jr. Day. I know some places aren't really celebrating that day today. Martin Luther King Jr. Day, which we should be. All of us should be celebrating this because you want to know something. A lot of change happened because of his peaceful protesting. How we look at the world. I mean, regardless of what Trump has been saying now, basically saying that the civil rights movement really hurt white people. Yeah, he said that. He really did say that. How? But okay. He says now it's reverse discrimination because of the civil rights movement. I still don't get it. I'm still going to say what? Word? Interesting, right? Yeah, we're going to look into that. Amanda's like, he said what? Yeah, he said that too. Yeah. So nonetheless, happy Dr. Martin Luther King Jr. Day. One thing that's really amazing is that because of his peaceful protesting, because of his passion, because of his care for people of all races and colors, this room, this chat room, this family chat would not exist if it wasn't for his dedication to peaceful protests. Think about that for a second. Just think about that. Especially now with everything that we're seeing right now, like we're seeing in Minneapolis. Obviously, there's a lot of protests that are going on all throughout the country, the various kinds that are going on. But look, he did make a change. He did make a change. And he did it by peaceful protest. Everybody in this room, you got melanated drip, okay, right there in the chat. You got all kinds of different people from all over the country and the world, all in one room, talking with each other. Yeah, we might not get along all the time, but we fam. We love each other. We care for each other. We're not judging each other by our skin color. We're not. So I would hope that today is a day that, because the protests are still going to rage on, still going to be happening, that hopefully they're tearing a page out of Martin Luther King Jr.'s model, right, out of his book, to try to continue with peace, but make our voices heard. Right? We are living in some wild, wild, Wild ass times, guys. I worry for everybody. That's everybody. Even the white man. I worry about it all. Because it is getting really volatile, very crazy out here in these streets. I'm talking about all of us. I worry about all of us. Brown, black, yellow, red, white, purple, doesn't matter. I worry about us all because at the end of the day, if there is no peace, that means there's no peace. There's no peace for all of us. So I wanted to say that before it slipped my mind because today is a very important day. Banks are closed, right? Right? At least my banks are closed. I don't know about y'all. But what I'm trying to say is we all need to get along together. And no, that's not a Rodney King like, can't we all just get along? No, but yes, I would love for us all to get along. That is very, very true. But without Martin Luther King Jr. doing what he was doing peacefully in those streets, there would not be an America that we live in today. As far as us getting along, us working together, us standing on the same side of the line for most things. I'm not going to say all. There's racist trash out there all day long that just want segregation. It's sad. It's sad. But I think the world is a lot better with all of us working together in unison. I don't know about you guys. And obviously, I'm going to make a very, very strong assumption right now, because if you're watching this show and you're commenting in the chat, then you must be okay with how the world is right now, how integrated the world is. We're all beautiful people. All of our cultures, all of our ethnic backgrounds, all of that make us so unique and so beautiful at the same time. We should be embracing the differences instead of using that to separate us. But like I said, looking in the chat, seeing what I'm seeing every single day shows me proof positive that we're on the right trajectory. Yeah, there's going to be bad actors out there. And then, maybe they just didn't get their mother's love enough. All you can do is pray for them and keep it moving. Because there's so much beauty in this world. Sure, there's a few nasty moments. But we need to focus on each other and what's so great about each other. So, happy Dr. Martin Luther King Jr. Day to all you guys. It has been absolutely nuts lately, but hopefully something positive happens out of this situation very soon. So here's the thing. Like I was saying before, we got to get back into this story. Okay. And thank you, PB. Yeah, I stand corrected. My apologies. But they came into, just so you know, Don Lemon did this live. He went straight into this with a group of people in this particular church. And I guess one of the pastors happens to be working with ICE. Okay. Oh, you good, PB? I appreciate you letting me know. I appreciate you. Thank you. So, of course, this was very shocking. Very shocking because I don't know. Me, I don't think that's very godly. But that's just me. That's just me. It's just a little bit of a shock. But then, also, it instantly makes me think of Drewski's skit where he was playing a pastor. And he's like, I'm about to put Jesus in you, right? We're gonna raise $4 million in the room right now, and ain't nobody leaving until we get to that $4 million, right? He's like, everybody wondering why I'm wearing Christian Dior and Louis Vuittons. Well, it's because I don't know. He said something like, I'm baptized in Jesus, or I'm walking in His blood, or something crazy like that. Because the red bottoms, right? And it was just hilarious. Because if you really think about it, not all pastors, but there's a lot of pastors that are making so much money. They're making so much money. So if there was a pastor that was working for ICE, I wouldn't be surprised. Hiding in plain sight, but also at the same time, possibly going out there and going, oh yeah, I don't know, Javier such and such. He's definitely an illegal. You see what I'm saying? And there's even more crazy stuff going on out here in these streets too, but it's not happening in Minneapolis, but it could be coming to a theater near you as well. And it's all about what you're posting online too. They got 5-0 going up to people's homes, knocking on their doors because they're like, hey, we understand that you said in a post on Facebook, is this you? Because you said something about you're saying something about free Palestine. This ain't you? Going door to door because people are posting things and using their right of free speech. That's actually happening right now too. And like I said, this all could be coming to a theater very near you. But here it is. I digress. We're going to get straight into this video. Don, this is crazy. Okay. And I've seen some other people reacting to this that are like, nah, this is wrong. This is wrong that they went into the church like this. This is wrong that they did what they did. I will say this. I see it. I see where the wrong is. Okay. I get it. Yes, they should have just stayed outside, but it is the house of the Lord, right? It is the house of the Lord. Everyone's welcome, right? But I'm going to let you guys make that decision. This is crazy. Yes, Tyler said something earlier. Yeah, I'm going to impregnate you with the Lord or something crazy like that, right? Right, Tyler? Crazy, hilarious skit. So on the nose. Probably his best one yet. Because some of these pastors really, it's all about the money, okay? It's all about getting that grip. That's it. Right? But let's take a look at this.
Here in the city, in the area. Oh no!
And just so you know, like the internet connection kind of goes in and out like crazy throughout this in here. Okay, so just letting you guys know, just a fair heads up on that. All right. So it's not me, it's his feed. It's just very choppy. But let's take a look at this.
So the protesters are complaining church members and leaders. They have stopped the service. A lot of people, a number of people have left. There are some who are still sitting here.
Are you okay with the injustice that's happening within your city? We pray for justice. Are you okay? No, so you're not okay with
I'm just here. I'm just here photographing.
Are you okay with the
I'm not part of the group. I'm just here photographing. I'm a journalist.
This ain't God's house, it's the house of the devil.
Excuse me, sir. Can I get right here? Thank you. I'm sorry. So you can see the protesters here have gathered over here. They're in the middle of the church. In the beginning of the church service, the pastor was speaking, and Nikema stood up and said her piece, and then the protesters surrounded her. But this is a clandestine mission. I think they found out according to them, this is according to Operation Pull Up, that one of the pastors here is a member of ICE. And so here we go. Yeah.
Okay, so here's the thing. It does make you wonder, does the pastor that was actually here, doing his service, did he know that did he know that one of the pastors here at this church is an actual ICE agent, right? Working for ICE. Yeah. I know his name is like David Easterwood, right? So again, did they know? Did they know? Like, imagine that, right? Imagine that. And now, like, that's crazy. People, see, that's the question. Was this information exposed when they did that whole database? When they leaked the database. Remember the thing that happened last week? ICE agents' names were were named, and they were able to get, people are doxing these guys. I mean, it's insane. It's insane. I don't recommend that. I don't think that's right, in my personal opinion. Okay. But the fact that you got people going and showing up to this church and exposing this mother lover like this, did his colleagues even know this information? I'd be shook. I'd be absolutely shocked. Like, what the heck is going on here? Why y'all here? Why why y'all here? What's going on? Who? He's what? Like, I don't know. I'd be shocked. I don't think that that's something that you go and tell everybody. Like, yeah, I work for ICE. I don't think so. There's stories about people actually, family members are now starting to expose their own family members that are working for ICE. You see what I'm saying? And some family members don't even know what their loved one who actually is an ICE agent. Some of them don't even know the new gig that they got. You see what I'm saying? That they're hiding it that much. It's that secretive that family members don't even know what their loved one is doing when they leave. They don't even know what job that they have. You know what I'm saying? It's like that scene in Godfather 2, I think it's Godfather 2, where he's like, I'll get you this one time to ask me what I do. One time, right? And it's almost like that. How would you know? You see what I'm saying? Unless they're literally saying it with pride. But I doubt it. I doubt it. Remember, all these people, they got their faces masked up and everything. So you really think that they're going over to their loved ones and be like, yeah, so I'm working for ICE. You see what I'm saying? But let's continue. Let's continue. This is just crazy. Just absolutely crazy.
And so the pastor is over there. So they're screaming Renee Good. So right now it's kind of mayhem in here. And there are some folks here who are praying. Some of the members are chronicling, and it's a surprise effort, obviously, and the folks here are not happy about it. And so they're trying to figure out what to do about it. That's the lead pastor over there with the thing. And I don't know if he's the one that works for us. We don't know. That's what they're saying. So we're here just chronicling and reporting. We're not part of the activists, but we're here just reporting on them. I'm just. So this is what the First Amendment is about the freedom to protest. I'm sure people here don't like it, but protests are not comfortable. And there are people here I'm looking at a young man who's in the corner. He's frightened. He's scared. He's crying. People are leaving church. So, yeah.
Actually, I also want to point this out. Okay, again, I had to. I'm putting this out because, again, I asked you guys a question. I was like, and we're going to continue. Don't worry, we're not done. We're not done here. Okay, we haven't even gotten to the pastor and him. He's like, you can see the look on his face. He's like, oh my gosh, I don't know what the hell's going on, and I'm here to tend to my flock. Like he's saying all that crap. But anyway, it's the verbiage. It's verbiage. Okay, but let me just say this really quick because I did have to ask this. I had to Google this because, like I said, something tells me what they're doing is not legally okay. Hear me out. Yes, protest all you want. Say what you need to say. Let people know what's going on. Sing it and scream it till it shakes the very foundation of any building, right? But do it peacefully. Now, here's the thing. And I had to type this in. I had to put it into Google and ask, Google AI overview, if this is legal. Is it legal for these guys to come in here and protest inside the house of the Lord? Now, let me read this off camera real quick. AI overview. I said, can you legally protest inside a church? Because in my mind, I'm thinking, anybody's welcome. Y'all just come on inside. It's the house of the Lord. He brings in everybody. He loves them all. Come on in, everybody. It's the house of the Lord. Come on and sit down. Doesn't matter what kind of trials and tribulations you've gone through. Remember, Jesus loves you, right? Yeah. Now, don't forget to tithe before you leave. Yeah, at least $100. Yeah. Okay. But yes, the Lord, he's here for you. Okay. All right. I'm going to take this basket and jump in my Bugatti. But anyway, I asked, can you legally protest inside a church? Here we go. AI overview says, no, you generally cannot legally protest inside a church during services because churches are private property, not public forums, and federal/state laws protect houses of worships from disruption. meaning actions like interrupting services, chanting, or refusing to leave when asked can lead to arrest for trespassing, disorderly conduct, or disturbing a religious meeting. While peaceful assembly is protected, this right ends when it significantly disrupts religious worship, turning the act into a violation of specific laws protecting these spaces. You just heard it from AI Google right there. So no, they can't go in there and do what they're doing legally. Now, like I said before, hey, you are more than welcome to go outside those church doors and say anything you want, protest all day long outside that church. But once you get inside that church, you are breaking laws. So, and this is the moment when we're going to hear the pastor himself basically say, I'm going to have to ask you guys to leave. I'm going to have to ask for you guys to please leave, because he knows his rights too. This is also during a ceremony. While they're worshiping, people come in and start saying, saying what they're saying. It's a smattering of different things that they're saying, right? So again, I just want to make this abundantly clear. Like I said, I'm not sitting here saying like, I'm saying that to expose and, say, damn them protesters for doing what they're doing. No, protest all you want, but you got to protest legally, not inside the building. This is now a private property. You are not allowed to go inside that church and do what you're doing. That could be a world of trouble. You see what I'm saying? So it's interesting, right? But let's continue on. Just want to make sure. Just talking about technicality here. Technicalities, all right?
Guys standing up now saying, get out of our church. Screaming. They're trying to calm him down. So I don't know if this is what they deem as successful or not. But anyways, I'm not going to get in the middle of it because I'm not here as an activist. I'm here as a journalist. So
I also think that people really need to understand their rights. If you're going to go out and protest, like I get it. Some of these people are like, yeah, we're about to do something crazy. We're about to do something radical. Yeah, right? I would be like, are we legally allowed to be here? And I'd be Googling the hell out of that fast. Just to make sure, because here's the thing, you don't want to get locked up for doing something like this. For this? You see what I'm saying? Boy, oh boy, oh boy. Well, I mean, someone just said Don Lemon is not a journalist. Nick just said this. He's not a journalist. He's 100% an activist. He is a journalist. I still believe that there are independent journalists out here. Yeah, there's some other people that like to put press on their shirt and they don't do anything journalistic at all. Yeah, there's some fake guys out here, just like there's fake doctors out here and fake lawyers, right? But they like to say that they are one of the best, but they're terrible, right? Just because Don Lemon was fired doesn't automatically mean that he's not a journalist anymore. He's still a journalist. He's still a journalist. He just has it. He's just on a different platform. You see what I'm saying? But even he is breaking the laws too here right now. I know he's like, oh, I'm just here to shoot this. I'm just a journalist. I'm off on the side. But he in there too. He can get in some serious trouble as well.
So I don't think they know what to do. I'm sure they probably call the local authorities right now, and they'll show up in a bit. But so far, no one has been hurt. People are just really angry and upset. And members of the church are trying to get them to calm down. But this is the beginning of what's going to happen here. When you violate people's due process, when you pull people off the street and you start dragging them and hurting them and not abiding by the Constitution, when you start doing all of that, people get upset and angry. And if you remember what the civil rights movement was about. The civil rights movement was about these very kinds of protests. And for some reason, in our modern era, people think that in order to have protests, you got to be, cordoned off to a certain area and, what time you can protest. Look, there's nothing in the Constitution that tells you what time you can protest. You can protest at any time. That's the whole point of it, is to disrupt.
You can protest anytime you want, but you gotta do it on public property. That's it. Okay. Listen, here's the other thing too. While it's because today's the day. Let's not forget MLK Day. When they're out there in the streets singing "We Shall Overcome," getting blasted with fire hoses, dogs attacking them, getting beaten to a pulp. They were all doing it out in public. They weren't breaking any laws. Like, all I'm saying is this right here. And again, listen, from what I saw in this video, because I didn't see the whole live. I'm watching it with you guys, in real time with you guys as well. Lucky for them, nothing bad happened. They went in and they left. But like I said, those particular people that were out there during that civil rights movement, they were doing it in a peaceful way. They were out in the streets. They were doing everything they could without breaking the laws as best as they could. Now, law enforcement found anything they could to just arrest just about anybody during that time for any given reason. They were sicking their dogs on people. They were, like I said, it was bad. While these people are just standing there going, "We shall overcome." Right? So again, this right here, no. Outside, though, would have been fire. Outside. But I think that's the thing. People are going to see this, and they're going to see they're trespassing. And then that is overshadowed by the message. You see what I'm saying? You hear what I'm saying? This is what's so sad about situations like this. We have too many moments that get overshadowed by something else. You see what I'm saying? I'm all for them saying what they want to say. All for it. But now it's getting overshadowed by them entering the building. And now they're looking radical. Now they're looking insane. Man, there's another thing that they're trying to show, they're throwing out here. There was 5 guys eating sandwiches, okay? 5 white men apparently sitting there eating sandwiches, and protesters, I guess, allegedly assumed that those 5 guys that were sitting down eating sandwiches by themselves were ICE. And protesters apparently lost their minds over that situation too. You see, this is what I mean by this is the stuff that the media is taking. Certain media, not all media, but certain media is taking that stuff, and they're trying to throw it out there to make it seem like all these anti-ICE protesters are just unhinged and losing their minds. You see what I'm saying? It's how these things are being approached. And then if you're giving them an opportunity to try to spin the narrative in a more negative way, they're going to grab it and they're going to take that. And then let's not forget, also, let's forget what I said in the title down below or up above, wherever you're watching the show right here. Troops, 1,500 or something like that. Troops are sitting there suited and booted, sitting on standby, waiting for Trump to just basically go ahead. Go to Minneapolis. It's only a matter of time that Trump will enact the Insurrection Act. It's only a matter of time. This is the reason why I say we have to find ways to do things. They have to find ways to protest legally and peacefully. But if it all just becomes crazy, chaotic, angry mob stuff, that's what's going to be out here for everyone else to see. Okay? I'm just saying. But let me digress. Or I digress. Sorry.
To make uncomfortable. And that's what they're doing. And that's what I believe when I say everyone has to be willing to sacrifice something. You have to make people uncomfortable in these times. If you see how uncomfortably and how harsh people are being treated on the streets, you have to be willing to go into places and disrupt and make people uncomfortable. That is what this country is about.
Yeah, now I want to. I was thinking about Five Guys burgers. Now I want a burger too, man. Now I want a burger too. You know what I'm saying? You know those burgers are fire because they cook that stuff in peanut oil. Okay, you know it's legit with that peanut oil. I'm kidding. It doesn't matter. A burger is a burger to me. But yeah, now I'm hungry for Five Guys burgers. Damn, that does sound fire.
Nakima is over.
Yes.
What did you tell them?
I told that David Easterwood is a pastor here, and he also serves as the director of the field office for ICE in St. Paul. How? David Easterwood.
Are you sure that he's a...
Yes. City's church. Yes. And that's why we're here, demanding justice for Renee Good and letting them know that this will not stand. They cannot pretend to be a house of God while harboring someone who is directing ICE agents to wreak havoc upon our community and who killed Renee Good, who almost killed a 6-month-old baby. Enough is enough. I am a reverend on top of being a lawyer and an activist. So I come here in the power of the Almighty God for righteousness, truth, and justice.
Is this the gentleman you were explaining to?
No.
Okay. Yeah.
Like I said, the feed is pretty crappy, but yeah. Oh, and
What did they say?
Yeah, he's gonna get a different, varying. He's gonna get a whole bunch of different opinions out here, in here as well. And I'm going to tell you right now. Listen, Don is doing his job. Like he's doing the work. He's doing his job. Whether or not he's trespassing or not, he's gonna get he's gonna get the interview. You see what I'm saying? You're gonna get the questions asked. You're gonna get the questions answered, dagnabbit. So that's for sure. He's gonna make this trip worth his while. You feel me? But yes, this is inside the house of the Lord. Okay, this happened yesterday, if I'm correct. Yeah, this happened yesterday. Insane, right? But I'm gonna, let's hear some people in their interviews. But just fair warning, it's not me. It's the feed that he had. It's janky at best.
Okay. Are you sure? You're a member of the church or you're
I'm not.
Oh, okay. I thought you were a church leader.
You'll see David Easterwood.
Who is it? Who is the person that we should talk to? Is there a pastor or something?
They might have run away.
All right, we'll see if we can find him. I'm gonna talk to the pastor.
So you're gonna go try to find this pastor that was doing his sermon when anti-ICE protesters came in and did their thing. So let's go.
Let's see if I can talk to him. Let's go over here. Hi, how are you? Hi. Let's see if we can talk to the pastor. Maybe while they're here.
Hold on. See, it's terrible because, they start moving.
Our church had gathered for worship, which we do every Sunday, and we were interrupted by this group of protesters. Yeah. We asked them to leave, and they obviously have not left. So.
What do you think of this?
I mean, this is unacceptable. It's shameful. It's shameful to interrupt a public gathering of Christians in worship. So.
But there were folks who will...
I have to take care of my flock.
Okay, but listen, we live there's a constitution in the First Amendment to freedom of speech and freedom to assemble and protest.
We're here to worship. We're here to worship Jesus because that's the hope of these cities. That's the hope of the world is Jesus Christ.
I want to be very respectful. Please don't push me, though.
We're here to worship Jesus.
Yes.
That's why we're here.
Yeah.
Okay. That's why we're here. Okay. That's what we're about.
Don't you think Jesus would be understanding
we're about
and love these folks?
We're about spreading the love of Jesus.
But did you try to talk to them as a
no
Christian?
one is willing to talk.
Okay.
I have to take care of my church and my family, so I asked that you actually would also leave this building.
You don't want us to
Unless you're here to worship. Unless you're here to worship.
I'm always worship. I'm a Christian.
We're here to worship.
Yeah.
We're here to worship. Okay.
Thank you very much. I appreciate it. So that's one of the.
That's crazy, right? He said, I'm just asking some questions. I'm here peacefully. Please do not push me. Pastor is literally going like this. Yeah, I need you to go. I need to tend to my flock. I need to tend to my flock. I don't think I've ever heard anybody say that in real time. That phrase. Like I've seen it, like I've heard it in a joking manner, but I've never heard anyone say, I need to tend to my flock and my family. I need to protect my family and I need to tend to my flock. Now, don't get me wrong. Okay. If I was on his side of the world, this is chaotic. I would definitely be concerned as well. Okay. My first thought in my head is not me focusing on trying to talk to Don Lemon. I'm not, like I said, this is not a dig at Don Lemon. I'm just trying to speak facts. I'd be very concerned about taking care of if my family, you see what I'm saying? And I'm man, I'd be very concerned. I'd be like, yo, like, hey, homie, yeah, we could talk later, but I got my family here. I got people who listen to, who are here, people who are attending, I don't want them to walk away and not ever come back. I'd be scared, be worried. And I'd be worried and scared for my own safety as well. I'm sorry. It's the truth. It's the truth though. You could look at it on a human level. Also, here's the other thing too. If this pastor has no idea what's going on, he's just like, why are these people here? And he has no idea about one of his colleagues being, working for ICE. I'd be shocked. But if I knew and people are coming in, then I wouldn't be so shocked. I'd be like, oh, damn, they figured it out. You know what I'm saying? I'm going to roll that back a little bit because I want to hear what he got to say again.
Pastors of the.
Let's take a listen. I just want to hear because you could tell he is very concerned. You can see the look on his face is like, I don't know what the hell is going on. Holy crap. I got family. I got my flock. I got all these people I got to take care of. And everybody in here, Jesus is Lord.
Don't you think Jesus would be understanding
we're about
and love these folks?
We're about spreading the love of Jesus.
But did you try to talk to them as a Christian?
No one is willing to talk.
Okay.
I have to take care of my church and my family, so I asked that you actually would also leave this building.
You don't want us to chronicle what happened?
Unless you're here to worship.
I'm always worship. I'm a Christian.
We're here to worship. Yeah. We're here to worship. Okay.
Thank you very much. I appreciate it. So that's one of the.
Hold on. Sorry. I need to roll back a little bit more because I want to get to we just got to watch it again. I'm sorry. We got to watch it again. I'm sorry, y'all. We just got to watch it one more time. But this is insane. And I get it. Yeah, Allison. He should be concerned, right? Yeah, he should be concerned. But here's the thing. Allison, let me just say this. Let me grab this. Okay. Hold on. Wait, what? David Easterwood is on live right now? Funky? Let me know, because I'd love to hear what he got to say right now. If he's up somewhere, like talking right now, let me know. All right? But somebody just said something. Allison said this. Okay, Allison said this. He should be concerned. They're not practicing what they preach. Here's the thing, though. The main question remains, does the church know? Do other members of the church know that they have a member, a pastor, that is with ICE? Remember, this guy may not know anything. This pastor is just like, whoa, what in the F is going on? He may not know anything at all. Remember, maybe there's some people that do know. Maybe there are some people of the church that don't know. You never know. So we can't really automatically assume that the church in its entirety is knows and is behind him being a part of ICE. That is information that I think should find out, right? That we should find out. But if it's all a big surprise for all these guys, then we need to be respectful to them too, because they may not know. You see what I'm saying? But if somebody came through and said, yes, Easterwood was, is a member of ICE, and this entire church knew, they already knew about it and they were all for it, then that's another conversation in itself. But for us not knowing the full scope of everything, I think it's unfair and not right to just automatically assume that this whole church knew. There's a possibility they may not know. And this guy is actually making extra bucks on the low. You never know. You see what I'm saying? But anyway, like I said, I want to find out more information. And then, if that is true, then yes, judgment shall descend upon thy head, right? But let's hear what he got to say again, because it's obviously he's shocked.
Sunday, and we were interrupted by this group of protesters. Yeah. We asked them to leave, and they obviously have not left.
Yeah. So. What do you think of this?
I mean, this is unacceptable. It's shameful. It's shameful to interrupt a public gathering of Christians in worship. So.
But there were folks who will say,
I have to take care of my...
I got to stop that right there. That's the reason why I wanted to replay it, because did you hear what he said? You didn't hear what he just said? Hold up. I want you to hear what he said. And I'm telling you, right, these are operative words now. We live in a world where these words are important. Words are everything now. Hear what he just said.
To interrupt a public gathering of Christians in worship.
Right there. I know somebody out there going to be like, Pascal, you reaching. Maybe I'm reaching. Maybe it is a reach. But when you hear someone say that phrase, get ready. But let me continue.
But there were folks who will say,
I have to take care of my flock.
Okay, but listen, we live there's a constitution in the First Amendment to freedom of speech and freedom to assemble and protest.
Yeah. We're here to worship. We're here to worship Jesus, because that's the hope of these cities. That's the hope of the world, is Jesus Christ.
I want to be very respectful. Please don't push me, though.
We're here to worship Jesus. Yes. That's why we're here.
Yes.
Okay. First and foremost, what he is saying is not wrong. I'm sorry, but it is true. They're there to worship. They are there to worship Jesus Christ. That is facts. Also, what I just read earlier, I said, can you go in and protest inside of a church? Generally, you cannot legally protest inside of a church, okay? If there are services going on, especially if there's services going on, all right? He said it out loud. We were in here giving thanks and praise to the Lord. We are doing this service. Then suddenly, all y'all just busted right in. So we're a little shocked, right? What he's saying is not wrong. What he's saying is the truth. He's not lying about that. They were in the middle of a service, and they came busting through. So he ain't wrong with that. Okay. But let's continue.
That's why we're here. Okay. That's what we're about.
Don't you think Jesus would be understanding
we're about
and love these folks?
We're about spreading the love of Jesus.
But did you try to talk to them as a Christian?
No one is willing to talk.
Okay.
I have to take care of my church and my family, so I asked that you actually would also leave this building.
You don't want us to chronicle what happened?
Unless you're here to worship.
I'm always worship. I'm a Christian.
We're here to worship. We're here to worship. Okay.
Thank you very much. I appreciate it. So that's one of the pastors of the church. And it's kind of loud, so I can't hear him. But they're still there. And then, pardon me, sir. Sorry. Do you mind if we talk to you? What do you think of this? I thought you said no.
What I'll tell you is that there are varying arrays of views on the political situation here. That's what I'll tell you.
What do you mean by that?
I'm going to leave it at that. But there's varying array of views in this church on politics of immigration.
Right.
We recognize the complexity of the issue.
Yeah. Some people don't like what's happening. Some people like it.
I'm not going to reduce it to that. I won't reduce it that simply, but we acknowledge the complexity of the situation.
Thank you, sir. I appreciate you talking.
Interesting what he said, right? I mean, it's a very, I mean, what he just said was very, like he's sitting on the fence, but he's not. You feel me? About this whole situation, what's going on with ICE and all that. You know, he's like, hey, you know, okay, well, you know, there's varying opinions about what's going on, you know, in this church. And then he's like, that's all I'm gonna say. That's all I'm gonna say. And again, sure, of course, there's varying opinions. Why do you think that? Why do you think we're seeing what we're seeing out here in these streets? Why do you think we're seeing, both sides, and then people who are sitting on the fence, right? Who are just kind of like, well, get the bad guys out, but don't just raid any person's home just because whatever, or pulling over somebody who happens to be Somali or happens to just be black or brown. Shoot, even Asian now. I mean, let's be real, you know? But, you know, it's interesting what he was saying, you know, a churchgoer saying, hey, you know, there are varying opinions in here. And it's like, there's not just one side in this church. There are other people that agree with what's going on with ICE and what they're doing, but there are people in this church that don't agree with what's going on outside of this church. You know, interesting.
So I'm just going to be as respectful as possible. I'm not here to intimidate anybody. I'm just here to chronicle and to get some answers and let people know what they've done. They've pumped the music up really, really loud. Here you heard the pastor. Some folks are praying back there. Do you see the guy with his arms stretched up? And they're praying. But
what I also find very interesting is that there are a lot of people there are still churchgoers that are just still there, that they haven't even moved. They haven't left. You know, some people packed up their stuff and they kick rocks fast, right? You saw that in the very beginning. You saw some people just packing up their stuff and just hurriedly trying to exit the church. But there's still a lot of people that are still in there, just there. Still praising, still praying. Interesting, right? Maybe praying over the protesters, right? But I'm going to try to skip ahead a little bit. Just give me a second, okay? Really? Miso. Is that true? I'm gonna have to look at that and see, and go to the beginning of the feed in a little bit. Not right now. We're gonna skip ahead a little bit.
so you know, this is what you value. So if you're in the chat, if you're with us, support us, because we are unscripted. As soon as they follow when you confront, they're still in the middle. They are back there, and the music is so loud in here. I want you to show this mic. These guys are praying. They have their hands up, and there you see. And look, this is a juxtaposition. This shows you just how divided America is. When you look at the protesters here, and then you look at the people there who are praying. And crazy. You know what was the interesting thing? If these two groups could just get together, they might figure out what to do. Instead, I don't know if the people here are interested in talking to the protesters, but perhaps they should come in, pray together, and talk together.
I'll tell you this, though. If they approached it differently, this may be a different outcome. But they barged into a service. So, yeah, you're not going to have a lot of people wanting to talk with each other. I mean, I feel like that's inevitable. And It's sad, but it's inevitable.
But anyways, that's the middle of it. If I were the pastor, I would offer a prayer. I would try to calm things down and say, listen, talk to you. We're all citizens. We're all believers and Christians. What do we do? The pastor about this.
I think I don't necessarily agree with everything that's going on in the Twin Cities right now, but I don't think it's good to fight fire with fire. I think it's good to speak up. I think it's good to protest, but I think it's better to do it in a peaceful way. I don't think the answer is going to God's church.
You don't think this is peaceful?
Well, it's trespassing.
Nobody fighting.
It's trespassing. How would you feel if I went to your house and I started yelling?
It depends on what I did, but not in my house. That's a whole different thing. I think these people would go inside of anybody's house.
This is a house of God.
Which makes it
It's a private property. It's not so this guy right here, he's got a point. He does. Legal on a legal okay, on a legal point. He's got a point. I'm sorry.
A lot of yelling in my house growing up. We still loved each other.
Yeah, but that doesn't necessarily mean that yelling is the answer, right?
I'm sorry?
That doesn't necessarily mean yelling is the answer, right?
No, but I think that's the way you work things out is that you talk to each other, you disagree. Sometimes it's heated, sometimes it's not. But at the end of the day, we're all human beings. And I think maybe if the pastor would try to calm things down and say, let's all talk together and make this peaceful and not be so us against them.
I think that's good to talk, but then why don't we do that, right?
Yeah.
I don't think trespassing, I think protesting on the streets is fine, but I think there's a difference between that and then going into someone's property and then yelling. Question?
A member of the clergy or a pastor here works with ICE, and that's why they're upset.
I didn't know that.
See what I'm saying? Okay, so a guy who comes in here doesn't know, right? So if he doesn't know, maybe there's some other people in the church that work at the church that don't know it all as well. But they may know. Like I said, don't know. I don't know, right? But one thing is for sure, hopefully they're doing their due diligence and finding out what the F is going on here with that church. Because you don't think that people aren't still going back to that church still to this day? I mean, this whole thing happened yesterday. You don't think people are still showing up and yelling about this situation, right? Just saying.
Allegedly, I don't know. That's what they say.
Okay. Well, I would say before just ramming into a church, maybe it'd be good to get some more information first. Yeah. But you said talking is the answer, right?
Yeah.
Well, then maybe instead of making assumptions, it'd be good to ask the person first before making that assumption, then going into their church.
I don't know if they tried to talk to anyone. Would you be okay with your pastor talking to them?
I think conversations will be great. I think we need more communication. I don't know.
Yeah, and I'm wondering what's going on. I'm also wondering what's going on with that particular pastor, right? I didn't see if this Easterwood guy, I mean, is he preaching right now as we speak? Is he live somewhere preaching or talking about this whole situation? Has he been interviewed somewhere? Because that would be that would be very interesting. But yes, I think it would be good if this pastor had a conversation with somebody, right? Because here's the thing. What if this pastor isn't ICE? What if it's the wrong Easterwood? I know this. You know what I'm saying? I'm just saying, you know what I mean? This is not the time to be messy, right? It's not the time to be messy. It's the time to be precise with your allegations, precise with the information. But again, let's see what's going on. Let's continue.
I necessarily agree with what's going on with ICE raids and stuff, but I also don't think fire with fire is the answer.
I appreciate you giving me your opinion. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Nice to meet you. Thank you so much. Thank you. So.
Okay.
Yeah, that was interesting to watch.
I'm putting up a poll, so let's continue.
This guy here, look, he's hugging his kid. And, I just imagine it's uncomfortable and traumatic for the people here. But again, careful, it's very slippery right here. Yeah. It's uncomfortable and traumatic for the people here, but that's what really, careful, please, really slippery. Not kidding. That's what protesting is about. And so There's you see the police are here. They haven't come in yet, but
cops were there.
Police are here, and this is where folks are leaving. Just want to show you, and that's the inside of the church there where they are. And so the pastor, I don't know if you can see in there, the pastor's hugging members of the church as they are about to leave. And so, an interesting Sunday morning for you. What do you think of this?
I'm a harmless Christian here that wants to praise the Lord with my son, and now I got to go home. I'm sorry that you guys are so angry.
I'm just chronicling. I'm not with the group.
What do I have to say?
Can you understand why they're angry?
I don't understand any of this because I'm a simple man. I'm a simple man who loves the Lord and is a good father. So this is what we look forward to, is coming, being with our family and praising Jesus. And that's not something that we have to run away from. So this is kind of a bad day for us. But, we're going to heaven. So that's the best news we got.
Do you understand that some of these folks feel voiceless?
I don't understand because right now I'm so upset right now. I don't really have I'm thirsty and I can't think very clearly. So what I want to do is just say, we love you.
Yeah.
My son and I love you guys.
Yeah.
And
I'm a journalist. They're activists.
The simplest thing we can say is that we love you guys.
What do you mean, you guys?
Well, whoever's here in this house.
Okay.
We don't distinguish between Christian and non-Christian. We love everyone. We want
Don just said, "What do you mean, you people?"
everyone to come to heaven.
Yeah.
We want people to go to heaven.
Yeah.
That's the main thing. We want folks to go to heaven. And if we need to talk about these things, then this isn't the time for that, really.
But don't you think until we go to heaven, if you believe in that there should be some sort of peace here on earth, and that people should have agency, and we shouldn't be beating people up off the street, and we should be abiding by the Constitution?
I think that's just a little bit loaded for me right now. What you're doing.
Why so?
Well, I don't want to interview right now. I don't want to interview. I just want to tell you guys I love you. I don't need to interview right now because I want to be with my son. It's Sunday. It's time for rest and for renewal.
Like in this car, he's like right on the corner.
And I would like to answer your question. I just can't right now.
Okay, thank you. I appreciate it. The protesters are still inside of the church. Police have showed up, but they haven't come inside yet. A couple of the members are speaking to me. They're upset. And you can imagine, of course they would be upset. So the crowd has significantly dwindled. And the reason, can I talk to you, sir? What do you think of this?
I agree with everybody's freedom to protest. These people have come into our house and they've interrupted our worship. This is a house of peace, and we try to proclaim that. And this stirs division and rancor. And in the end, it's not helpful. Ultimately, I believe they've lost. They've emptied a house of worship. Everybody's gone home. Their point has been proven worthless. And so, in the end, I think they lose. But more importantly, if I was to break into any of their houses uninvited, cause derision and upset, according to their values, I would be kicked out ultimately. It's not a good way.
Let me just say this really quick. That's precisely the reason why people are protesting out in the streets. Am I right or am I right? Think about that. He just said, how would you feel about somebody if I barged into your home, right? But that's exactly what they're protesting about. ICE agents are actually raiding homes and taking people from their homes. People are hiding out like they're freaking Anne Frank right now, trying not to get caught by these ICE agents. They're barging into people's cars. See what I'm saying? Like, again, he's saying something where it's like, hey, this is exactly what's going on out here in these streets with all these homes that are getting raided. We just saw one where ICE raided a home, took a woman's husband right there in real time, right? And so again, when you see things like this, and then you see him going like, ultimately, How do you feel if they did this, that, and the third? And it's like, that's what they're doing out here in these streets. That's the reason why this is happening. Now, I'm not justifying what they did. This is trespassing. They trespassed. Okay. Like I said, you do this outside the house of the Lord. You could do this on any property or like any street, that kind of thing, right? Any public property. Okay. But when you're doing this, yeah, you're not, people aren't going to see, like I said earlier, they're not seeing what they're trying to do. They're seeing what law they broke, right? And now the whole focus will be that. Then, of course, you got someone like Trump that's going to take that and he's going to run with that too. Oh, Christians are in trouble now. Like it's Nigeria all over again, except here in America. You see what I'm saying? Oh, they're targeting Christians. These Christians are there just trying to worship. Now they're getting scrutinized by protesters, which he will continue to call domestic terrories. This is the world that we live in. So I think it's interesting that he said that, because I'm like, yo, this is exactly why there's protesting in general in the streets. What they're doing in there is not right. And I agree. And I believe that two wrongs most definitely do not make a right. Absolutely. They do not. Okay. But again, I don't know what Don says after this, but we're going to hear it. Hopefully he says something along that line.
I feel violated. I feel interrupted. I feel angry.
May I ask you something? When you were saying if you had showed up at their house, they're saying that people are showing up at houses where they're citizens without due process and breaking and entering their house. One that we saw, I've been watching from New York, with a battering ram into someone's private property, and there's no recourse. There's no, you understand what I'm saying?
This is all part of a much larger dialogue, in my opinion.
Crazy.
On one side are people who watched a previous administration bring 12 million people in over the course of 4 years, and many of them undocumented, many of them criminals, etc. This is another administration's corrective. Now, whether you agree with the policies or procedures, I think I could actually be sympathetic to some of the things where there have been challenges to fashion and decency. At the same time, these are what are called targeted interventions by ICE to keep the American people safe.
If I respectfully may interject here, I've been out reporting on a lot of these, and they're not targeted. There are no warrants signed by a judge. Let me finish. And they're American citizens, many of them. Most of the people that they detain don't have criminal convictions or criminal records.
I'm not going to get into the weeds.
You should know that, though. Don't you think that's part of it?
Yes, and I could also show you many opposing sides where we're also picking up the very criminals that have put Americans in danger. And I'm not saying it's pretty. I'm not saying it's not messy. I'm not saying it couldn't be better. I'm saying this is a part of a much larger dialogue in which one administration caused a great deal of chaos and havoc and danger for American citizens, and another is trying to correct that.
Do you believe that? Why? Honestly,
okay.
Let me talk to you
Listen,
just on the facts. Yes, I am. I want to give you the
No,
facts.
No.
Did you know that undocumented people and immigrants commit far less crime than American citizens?
We're done here. We're done here.
Than natural-born Americans. You won't listen.
If you could ask,
I'm giving you the facts. It is.
Give me facts. I would have a conversation.
But I can respond to you.
No,
did Jesus stand with the oppressed?
Because he doesn't want to listen to facts. That's the interesting thing about this, is that they won't listen to facts.
No.
You won't, because
when you pose as a journalist,
I am a journalist. Journalists give facts,
and then you start correcting me with facts, and don't have.
You shouldn't hear the facts.
Of course, I
most
should
of the
hear
people
facts.
who are picked up
but will
are
you
not.
Give me the facts on both sides.
That is the facts on both sides. Most of the people who are picked up and are detained are not convicted. They have no criminal convictions. They have no criminal record. None. That immigrants commit far less crime than native-born Americans. So they won't listen to the facts. Anyways, these folks are still out here. There you go. All right.
Absolutely knuckin' futs, y'all. Okay. And see, that's the problem. But you saw what you just witnessed is exactly the problem that we're seeing in our country right now as we speak. I'm just gonna say it. All right. You got people that have their opinions. You got other people that, you got two opposing opinions. And what's sad is that you can't even see, like, there's no way of finding a middle ground. This is the world that we live in now. What you just saw is a perfect example of what's going on in America right now as we speak. No one's willing to listen to each other. Let's be real. Let's just say Don had all the facts. But let's say he came in with receipts. He had it all ready, all paperwork, that kind of thing. And he's just talking to the guy. And he's like, yo, I'm just trying to tell you what the facts that are out here, the truth, the information. Unfortunately, still, I don't think that guy would have listened. And this has nothing to do with being on his side, like that the man that he was talking to, or on Don's side. I'm just trying to show you guys that is a perfect example of what kind of dialogue is being had in America right now as we speak. No one's willing to listen to each other. Doesn't matter if Don had no information and no facts. You got one side only wanting to hear one side and the other side the same. That is the sad part. Where are we going to find a middle ground? Because we don't have that right now. It's either you with ICE or you're not with ICE. The other thing too is, like I said, I still believe that Don Lemon is still a journalist, and he always will be. Let's be real. He was on TV for many, 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 many years, and now he's doing his own thing. I think it's ridiculous for people to sit there and go, oh, you pose as a journalist. No, he's still a journalist. He has his opinions, and he's pushing back. There's nothing wrong with that. Just like there's other people out here that are pro-ICE, that are trying to make their voices heard, which, by the way, I feel like it's extremely, extremely dangerous, all right, for some of these guys that are out here that are showing up, like I forgot his name. I have to look him up. Jake something, right? He just shows up to an anti-ICE protest. He should not have done that is just dumb. That is just dumb. Okay. It's just dumb. And here's the other thing too. Jake Lang, thank you so much. That idiot. I'm sorry, he's an idiot. I truly think that dude's an idiot. I don't care. All right. He did a whole protest back in the day. Remember, he was driving around in a big old MAGA bus. I think he was running for some sort of political position, and just looking like a fool. And because he was trying to turn the situation, the unaliving of I'm forgetting that young kid's name. They were trying to spin it. He was just trying to spin it into like a race thing, right? And he's standing on top of the bus, trying to rally his people, which were like all of 12 people that were out there, right? With his one black friend that was up there trying to be like, what's going on with this whole black and white crime stuff is just terrible. Remember that crap? We saw it. But this guy he was a pardoned J6er. Yeah. And so he decides, oh, this is a perfect opportunity to put my ass in the middle of these anti-ICE protests, saying what I need to say, doing the salute and everything, the funny mustache salute and everything, right? He is the dumbest human being in the history of dumb. I'm sorry. You're dumb. Dumb. Okay? Just trying to insert himself in what's going on because he thinks that that's going to get him, I don't know, clout? Love? Support? Ain't nobody rocking with Jake Lang. Nobody rocking with that dude. But he's trying. That was dumb for him to show up. And what happened? He got his ass beat. Now, I'm not one who sits there and says, oh, yeah, bring on the pain. Bring it on. Let's hurt these guys. No, I'm not. But if you put yourself in that situation, are you really that surprised? that the people are going to react to you in a visceral and violent way. He put himself in that situation. He should have not done what he did, but he wants clout. And he sees this as an opportunity. What else is new? Remember all the other guys that are out here, all these pro-ICE individuals saying the white man's going to, is taking their country back and all that stuff? Didn't they get themselves in some serious trouble as well with all these protesters that are here? And now things are getting more and more volatile. Jake Lang chose the wrong time to show up to a protest, and he got his ass handed to him. Surprise, surprise. Now, when it comes to this, and we're going to play a little bit more. We're not done. But, you can see this is exactly the America that we live in. I mean, I'm even seeing it in the chat, and it breaks my heart. And I'm not trying to call out anybody. I'm just saying, you see in the chat, there are people out there that will say one side or the other, right? It'll be like, conservatives are crazy, or Democrats are losers, or something of that sort, right? This is why I say we need to figure something out. There needs to be a full-on reset in this country. And it can't just be rhetoric that you're hearing from these particular leaders, because these leaders want division, guys. And maybe I'm preaching to the choir. Maybe I am preaching to a little bit to my flock, and only some of my flock. But let's be real. We live in a world now where everybody is so angry about something, and they just try to find I feel like not we all, but people will find some sort of reason to hate one side or the other. And I've already said this before. It's not about the color of our skin. It's the content of our politics. I'll say it again. Nowadays, it's not about the color of our skin. It's the content, of our politics. That's absolutely insane. As soon as you hear somebody go, yeah, I support Trump, you shut all the way off. Let's just say if you're on the left. But then if you're on the right and somebody says some talking points and there's a few key words that spark off saying, oh, he's left, right? Suddenly that person's judging the hell out of that. Like, what happened? MLK Day, right? Nowadays, it's not about the color of your skin. It's the content of your politics. It's freaking sad. Yes, it's sad times. And Tammy, yes. Ladies and gentlemen of the congregation, we are all sinners. I said we are all sinners. Yes, we are. Damn right we are. But now we live in a time where you can't even have a cordial conversation and be like, okay, here's some information I know. You have your thoughts, here's mine. But you're not even willing to have that open conversation. So you just want to say what you need to say to just hear yourself talk, basically. But that is the problem. We're seeing it on both sides of the political spectrum. We're seeing it on both sides of in this country. We can't come to have any type of conversations where we can progress and become better as a people. Because at the end of the day, if the economy goes belly up, who's getting screwed over that? The crazy conservatives or the loser lefts? Oh, I'll answer that question for you. All of us are screwed. Hello? If the housing market drops, if food goes skyrockets, if there's food famine, of food scarcity that happens, anything like that, it's all of us that are screwed, not just one side or the other. And if we can't find a way to have conversations, civil conversations, meet in the middle sometimes at least, our country is going down in a barrel of burning cat piss. I hate to say it like that, but it's the freaking truth. If we are going to be can't even have conversations like adults, we're screwed. That's it. We're screwed. And I'm telling you right now, as soon as that spoon is ripped out from thy mouth, you're not going to be sitting there going, damn leftist. You're going to be like, where's my food? How am I going to pay for this, that, and the other? What do I got to do to keep the lights on so I don't lose my home? Shoot, so I can go buy a home. So my kids are fed, so on and so forth. At that point, you won't give an F about whether this person is red or blue. You're going to only be thinking about survival. But unfortunately, this is the world that we live in. It's gang blue or gang red. This is the Blood versus the Crips. Real talk. Only thing is that we haven't gone out to the streets and started doing drive-bys yet. Bars. Let's continue.
Let's go talk to Nakima. Can you grab the mic for me, please? It's in the car. You try
to be done. You heard the pastor say, Lord chasing us to get our house in order. And that's what we were here to do.
They said that they think you lost and that this didn't accomplish anything, and you went into their house, the house of the Lord.
The reality is the house of the Lord is a place where love lives. It's not a place where you can have a pastor masquerading as the director for the field office of ICE in St. Paul.
Are you sure he's in it?
If you go to City's Church website, you will see him listed as a pastor. And the moment I mentioned his name, I tried to say, I am a reverend. You asked for the Lord to put your house in order. The moment I mentioned David Easterwood, he tried to shut me down. So you can go to their website and see Dave Easterwood listed, David Easterwood, and he's all over the court decision that just came out in with Judge Melendez, where the ACLU filed suit on behalf of 6 Minnesota residents because of the abuse by ICE and them violating people's constitutional laws. He also appears on C-SPAN with Christy Nome. That is the same guy listed as a pastor here at City's Church.
Wow. So hold up. I missed the part. I just want to hear her breakdown one more time.
For 6 Minnesota residents because of the abuse by ICE and them violating people's constitutional laws. He also appears on C-SPAN with Christy Nome. That is the same guy listed as a pastor here at City's Church.
So what happened?
Oh, diggity damn. Okay, so she explains it. Okay, she explains it. That's interesting. That's very, very interesting. Let's continue.
What's next, Nakima? What do you think this does?
It depends on this church. I know that this church will never be the same after today. And I think that the people who worship here will have to decide which side are they on. The side of the Lord, truth, righteousness, or justice, or the side that pretends to be on the Lord while harboring someone who is helping to perpetuate evil on our community. The guy who oversees ICE agents. How dare you claim to be a minister of Jesus? I am a reverend. I am a lawyer. I am an activist. And I stand on the side of freedom, justice, truth, and righteousness. Period.
You can show some of that, Mike.
Now, hold on. I'm curious, though. Is Don Lemon, is he possibly going to get arrested for this? Hold on. Say word? I know that they're investigating the situation, but could Don Lemon actually get arrested for this? That would mean everybody. That would mean everybody. Even this reverend right here, this reverend lawyer would have to basically get, I mean, are they just going to get hit with citations, or are they going to actually like, hold on. We got some, sorry. As we're listening to this, I'm trying to get some more information because obviously there's more updates that have happened since yesterday, right? Now, I know that the DOJ is starting to investigate this situation. What does that mean though, right? What does that entail? Give me a second. We're going to get into that. Hold on.
As well. Did you try to talk to the leadership of the church?
You saw me try directly to talk to the leadership when I disrupted the church service. And he tried to shut us down after we mentioned David Easterwood.
Yeah, I asked him, why don't you try to talk to the folks? And he said that, this was a disruption and,
Yeah, because they didn't read the Bible where Jesus came into his father's house and flipped over tables because they were pretending to worship the Lord. They were pretending to follow the word, but their actions were not in alignment. So we came and flipped over a table today. This injustice, this unrighteousness will not stand. You cannot be a pastor while also being the director of the field office for ICE in St. Paul. Absolutely not.
You're going to continue to do this?
We will continue to do whatever is necessary to bring justice to our community and justice for Renee Good.
Thank you. And now what? You can't tell me, right? Do you want me to hold your mic or you're good? You're good? Okay.
And you can talk to any of the people, out here
talk to these guys.
as to why they're here standing for justice.
Let's talk to these guys. Thank you, Nikki.
Crazy.
I hate to
What's up, Don?
interrupt the loudest guy here.
Okay, I'm gonna pause this. We're gonna come back to this. I promise. We're coming back. But I want to share with you guys a few more pieces of information because obviously there's a lot starting to pop off. But this is pretty insane. So the DOJ is launching a probe after anti-ICE protesters stormed this Minnesota church. But let's take a listen.
Talking about what happened at this church in St. Paul, this shows the degree to which these protests have expanded in Minneapolis, and this particular incident is now triggering a federal investigation. A group of protesters stormed and disrupted a Sunday church service because of one of the pastor's possible connections to ICE. The U.S. Assistant Attorney General for Civil Rights announced there would be a federal probe over this, writing this on X. The Civil Rights Division is investigating the potential violations of the Federal FACE Act by these people, desecrating a house of worship and interfering with Christian worshipers. The White House, meantime, is considering a federal troop deployment to Minnesota with 1,500 troops now on standby. President Trump has raised the possibility of invoking the Insurrection Act if the violent protests there continue, and that drew a swift rebuke from the mayor of Minneapolis.
This act was clearly designed to intimidate the people of Minneapolis. And here's the thing. We're not going to be intimidated. If the goal here is safety, we've got many mechanisms to achieve safety. Right now, we have about 600 police officers, and they've got 3,000 or so ICE agents and border control. That they are now talking about deploying 1,500 military. This is, well, it's ridiculous, but we will not be intimidated by the actions of this federal government.
The troops are from the U.S. Army's 11th Airborne Division. They're based in Alaska, and they specialize in cold weather operations. They are now on standby should the president order them in. Todd and Carly.
All right, Doug Lazater live for us in Washington. Doug, thank you. Let's bring in former DHS advisor and former Secret Service Supervisory Special Agent Charles Moreno. Charles, thank you so much for joining us. So over the weekend, as Doug was laying out, you had the disruption of this church service where people who were praying were forced to leave. I mean, many people across the country are going to see that as a bridge too far. There's this other viral video that shows an ICE agent speaking directly to the camera as protesters were honking their horns, saying, what you guys are doing right now, you're supporting a child sex predator who we are trying to arrest. So that video is also going viral. Just your thoughts on these two incidents as these protests are still raging on.
Have mercy. Hold on. Sorry,
well,
guys.
Good morning. There's been a lot of red lines crossed
Oh, my
already,
Lord.
both by the governor and the mayor of Minneapolis, as well as these protest groups, some originating from the local area. But as this continues to expand, many protest groups will continue to originate from outside the area and even the region as they become more organized and more disruptive. Look, unfortunately, the position of Democrats and sanctuary cities is not going to change anytime soon. They are going to continue to play a role in inciting and obstructing when it comes to the enforcement of federal immigration laws, and they'll continue to villainize ICE at every opportunity they get. This can all be much simpler for authorities in Minneapolis if they collaboratively worked with ICE, allowed them into the jails, and allowed their state and local law enforcement to work with them. But that's not something that they choose to do. Instead, they choose to give unrealistic ultimatums to the federal government, saying that in order for things to be peaceful, ICE needs to leave. And that is never going to happen.
So, in light of what you just said, we have federal troops that are at the ready, in position, should Donald Trump send in the troops, the federal troops, to Minnesota.
Well, I was on record here the other day with Fox and Friends saying absolutely. The conditions exist on the ground. The president has the clear authority, and the Insurrection Act should, in fact, be invoked. It has become impossible and very dangerous for ICE and CBP to execute their statutory authorities within Minneapolis. And at some point in time, the courts also need to play more of a role here. They have boxed the president in. They have said that.
Let me ask you guys this real quick as we continue. Do you think Insurrection Act should be enacted? Do you think that these 1,500 soldiers should be deployed in Minneapolis right now? Or do you think, or no? What are your thoughts? Do you think that it's gotten so volatile that it's time to bring them in? Talk to me, because I don't see it. I don't see it. Now, like what it was back in the day with like the George Floyd riots and all that, they were insane. I wouldn't have been surprised if, insurrection acts and all that stuff were enacted then. But right now, I don't really see it like that. But you tell me.
While he's allowed to federalize the National Guard, he's not allowed to deploy them, that he needs to exhaust all full-time resources. Well, full-time resources includes our full-time military. And that's why you now see 1,500 full-time military on standby, ready to come in. But the Insurrection Act, I think we're going to see sooner rather than later.
Well,
interesting. I mean, I do think it's coming. I really do think it's coming. But I don't think that it's. I think he's just going to have no. He's not going to be. He's going to do it. I don't think it's the right time, in my personal opinion. I don't see it yet, but at the same time, I think that he's going to do it no matter what, because now, he's going to instantly go, oh, wait, they're targeting Christians now. You see what I'm saying? And then that's when it'll be invoked. You got to remember, 1,500 troops are already on standby. So all he has to do is flip, flip the switch. You see what I'm saying? So, is it coming soon? Maybe. I think it's going to be coming a lot sooner than we think. Real quick, though, there's a live stream from Georgia Fort that we definitely need to see, because it shows another angle of what happened when they went in to actually like get when they walked into this actual church. So I wanted to show you guys that too. I think it's interesting. Hold on.
We would walk with integrity. That we would be men and women and boys and girls who are like green olive trees in your house. That we would be steadfast.
Also, Nicki Minaj had something to say about about Don Lemon using a slur. We're going to be looking at that here shortly too. It's just insane.
Immovable, always abounding in your work, doing the great commission that you have given us, and full of hope. It is to that end, mighty God, that we ask now in the reading and preaching of your word, that you would open our hearts to receive from you. Feed us through understanding and affection, that we would know your word rightly and cherish your word as more valuable than your word.
Yeah, I know the screen is black. It's black for a reason. You'll see. It's black for a minute, and then it comes, then it's not black anymore. But I'll get a little bit closer.
Excuse me, Pastor. You said that you asked the Lord to pray to your house, to pray to you all in your house.
So they just showed up. They surprised the congregation. So they walked in. They were part of the I guess they were part of the ceremony. And then that's when, I guess, when this reverend activist. I forgot her name, but when she finally started to speak, that's when they're like, okay, cue the cameras. And that's why you saw everything in black, because it was like they were hiding the camera. And now, blah, they're pulling out the camera to show this protest actually happening, like unfolding right in front of this congregation, which is absolutely insane. Yo, this is crazy.
Renee good! Renee good! Renee good! Renee good! Renee good! Hands up! Don't shoot! Don't shoot! Don't shoot! Don't shoot! Don't shoot! Don't shoot! Don't shoot!
Damn.
This is the house of God, and you eat real good. What did Jesus say about mercy? What did Jesus say about loving thy neighbor? Why do you ignore the crimes of humanity that are happening in the city every day? Why are you not at Whipple protesting? Why are you not standing up with your Latino and Somali colleagues?
Absolute chaos. Woo! Chaos. Chaos, man. Chaos.
David Easterwood is a pastor here. He is also the director of the field office for ICE in St. Paul. So someone who claims to worship God, teaching people in the church about God, is out there overseeing ICE agents. Think about what we've experienced. The murder of Renee Good at the hands of Venezuela National, shot by ICE. A 6-month-old baby who almost died. Of ICE unleashing military-grade weapons on our community. How dare you claim to be a pastor of God, and you are involved in evil in our community? So we are here
should. We will not allow the house of God to perpetuate a fraud. This is not the house of God. So we are here demanding justice for Renee Good.
Crazy stuff. Crazy. Hold on. Oh, that's just another. Let's see. Just other angles. And it's interesting because some of the churchgoers are actually trying to have conversations. Like you could tell, there's arguments going on, blah, blah, blah. Obviously, there's a differing of opinions at this church, of course. But at the same time, like, the conversations need to be had, right? Conversations most definitely need to be had. But this is just wild. Let me just see what's going on here. Did they get this? Let me just see.
They said that there's someone here that used to work, someone who is a member of ICE and is a pastor of the church. Our church had gathered for worship, usually every Sunday. We were interrupted by this group of protesters. We asked them to leave, and
I'm not leaving.
It's shameful to interrupt a public gathering. But I have to take care of my flock. Listen, there's a Constitution that First Amendment. We're here to worship Jesus because that's the hope of the cities. That's the hope of the world, is Jesus Christ. We're here to worship Jesus. That's why we're here.
Have mercy. Yeah. Okay. So same thing. Okay. Keith Porter is also somebody who lost his life to an off-duty ICE agent. Apparently, it was New Year's Eve, if I'm correct, and he was firing shots off in the air for New Year's Eve, and this off-duty ICE agent took his life as well. And that's the key. And I mean, that's a very, very brief breakdown of the Keith Porter situation. But if I'm correct, that's what happened. Guy got hit because he was firing his weapon off in the air for New Year's Eve. So, yeah. So that's why a lot of people are bringing that up. Keith Porter, because he is also somebody who lost his life as well. Crazy, guys. The energy out here is insane. But let us continue. Let me show you guys. Nicki Minaj had some things to say about Don Lemon. Okay. So she's saying, you're a disgusting C word, C sucker. I'll just say that. Nicki Minaj, first off, she's gone full tilt. She's going full tilt with MAGA, basically. And I know everybody's still side-eyeing that situation. I am too. I'm going, what in the heck is going on here? Who is this person? Who is this new Nicki Minaj? Right? But let's see. This is crazy. So, Nicki Minaj is so pissed at Don Lemon that she called the independent journalist a homophobic slur for reporting on a protest in a Minnesota church service. The one we just saw, obviously, okay? So on Sunday, the rapper went on the attack on X, writing in all caps, Don, C-sucking Lemon is disgusting. And we already know he's openly gay. He's been married for a while now. I guess his husband's name is Tim Malone. I didn't know that, but now we know. All right. But she said that he's disgusting. How dare you? I want that thug in jail. He would never do that to any other religion. Lock him up. I'm wondering and I'm going to ask you guys this, if this happened in a mosque, if this happened in a synagogue, First off, would that actually happen? Would we actually see that ever happen? Them walking into a mosque or these protesters going into a mosque or some sort of synagogue or any other building of faith and religion? I think that if it was like that, if let's just say it was a synagogue or if it was like a mosque of some sort and there was that somebody was working for ICE, I think that they would. I think that they would show up. Now, here's the question, because I just saw this, and Nubian Goddess is making a point. He was just there reporting. Should he be in trouble for just documenting and doing his job as a journalist? I mean, it's not like he was actually breaking. It's not like he broke in to, it's not like he was doing a B&E and like breaking and entering or anything like that. It's like he walked in and he was interviewing these people. Should he catch a charge for just doing that? I leave that question up to you guys, right? So, of course, she said, how dare you? I want that thug in jail, so on and so forth. Now, we already know that she's been on the MAGA train lately, which has obviously shocked many, many people. But she apparently blew her stack at Don after the former CNN anchor live streamed a news report from City's church in St. Paul, Minnesota, where a bunch of demonstrators had interrupted the Sunday service to protest the presence of ICE agents in the state. Several media outlets have reported the pastor of the church allegedly has ties to ICE. The protesters also ordered immigration agents to get the hell out of their town while also demanding justice for Renee Good, which we already know what happened to her. Responding to Nicki's heated comments, Don tells TMZ, I'm not surprised Nicki Minaj does not understand journalism and is weighing in on matters that are above her capacity. Snap. However, the more appropriate image of her post is a pick-me doll, referring to a person who is overcompensating and needs validation. So Caroline, she came out and said a few things about this. President Trump will not tolerate the intimidation or harassment of Christians. How did I know that this was going to be said here? Did I just call it? He will not tolerate the intimidation or harassment of Christians in their sacred places of worship. The DOJ has launched a full investigation into the despicable incident that took place earlier today at a church in Minnesota. So, even herself, of course, is saying we will not tolerate this kind of treatment to these Christians, so on and so forth. President Trump, I just read it out loud, but she's not okay with that. Nikki has been vocal about her support of Trump and MAGA during the president's second term in office. And I know a lot of people have been speculating maybe she is doing all this because she's trying to, I don't know, get a pardon or get something from Trump. But this is she's the old Nicki Minaj is gone. She far gone, guys. We got a new Nicki, and this is the new Nicki. Nicki is continuing her bashing of Don on X, reposting a tweet by someone else who rips apart the independent journalist. I'm wondering what, let me see. Hold on. Let's see what she's saying. So she posted this, true or false, and it's hashtag arrest Don Lemon. Wow. So this is the same man. Wait, let me just pull this up. This is the same man who goes home every day to his white husband, yet parades himself as pro-black, questioning black people's authenticity and telling others to prove their blackness while feeling bold enough to speak on Nicki Minaj. This is an alcoholic, who was fired from a 17-year career because of a long documented pattern of misogyny, hostility, and disturbing behavior. Multiple women workplace culture where he engaged in aggressive, abusive, and violent behavior, including incidents where colleagues said they felt threatened, intimidated, and physically unsafe. Add to that, he joked at Bill Cosby's victim and asked her why didn't she use teeth. And yes, allegations of abuse toward both women and men have followed him publicly for years, especially after a bartender said he was harassed by him in 2019. I remember that claim. That was insane too. Major anti-Semitism awareness organizations publicly condemned him after he stated that Black and brown Jews don't exist, erasing entire communities and histories in one sentence, something he was called out for immediately. Wow. Yeah, I remember like something about a lemon drop or something crazy like that, where he was like trying to, step up to a bartender or something like that. Like he was referring to himself as a lemon drop. I don't know. It just, yeah. But I remember that. I don't remember this. Jewish groups condemn CNN's Don Lemon for remarks suggesting Black and brown Jews don't exist. Wow. Okay, that's a new one for me. Oh, my damn. Yikes. So, and we already heard about the stories about how he was in the work, like in the work environment, in the CNN work environment, that he was pretty volatile, I guess, back then. But, now he's just an independent journalist, right? So that is pretty insane, this, right? That is pretty insane. So, of course, Nicki Minaj said, true or false, these claims. I'm done. I mean, AI is forever, just forever done. I'm done, guys. Here it is. Here it is. Should he get arrested for this? Should he? Really? I don't know about that. I don't know. All I know is like he's just covering stuff and he's doing this thing. I'm going to end this poll though, because I might start another poll just to see what you guys think, if he should be arrested or not. The fact that we even saying that is insane. But and of course he's still got that live feed that I'm still interested to hear what other people are saying. At that particular demonstration that happened yesterday. But oh crap. I'm still here, guys. I am still here. 1 second, guys. Okay, so one thing is for sure. Out of 558 votes, 59% of you guys said the protesters, because I asked, do you agree with the protesters showing up to church service, right? 59% of y'all believe that the protesters were wrong for doing what they did. So there's that. There is that. Okay. Yeah. The nickname thing where he's like about the lemon drop. Well, I don't know. That could be an ego thing. I don't know. Maybe he was trying to be funny, cutesy. I don't know. But he's like, hey, everybody loves that lemon drop. Whatever the hell, I don't know what he said, but that's just insane. Okay. Insane in the membrane. Let's see. 1 second, y'all. Yeah, some people are saying that what happened yesterday is not normal, and that should not be seen as normal. And I'm telling you right now, that should not it should not have happened the way it did. Staying outside of the building, I think, is best, but I'm hoping that this does not inspire other people to do this again. You see what I'm saying? Because if they did it here, who's to say that they could possibly do it again somewhere else? And that's the thing that concerns me, because I feel like they do something like that somewhere else, law enforcement will be ready for that this time. You see what I'm saying? So I'm hoping that doesn't happen. I really hope it doesn't happen, but wilder things have happened. Wilder things have happened. Let's take a look at this.
1,500 active duty troops are on standby for potential deployment to Minnesota. Defense officials say 2 infantry battalions have pre-deployment orders amid violent protests against the federal immigration crackdown. Over the weekend, the governor mobilized the Minnesota National Guard, but troops haven't been deployed yet. Now the FBI is increasing its presence in Minneapolis, and the mayor says it feels like an occupying force. ABC's Jack Date has the details. Hi, Jack. The Department of Justice is investigating a disruption at a Minnesota church over the weekend. What's the DOJ saying about that?
That's right. Yesterday, during morning services at a St. Paul church, there was a disruption. A group of demonstrators came in and were protesting and chanting anti-ICE slogans in the middle of this worship service. Senior justice officials, including the Attorney General and the head of the Civil Rights Division, have said this is a version of intimidating Christians, and that they were interfering with their First Amendment rights and rights that are protected under what's called the FACE Act, which is an act that was designed to protect access to clinics, but also protects people in worship, in houses of worship in particular. And so they're investigating whether there are violations of the FACE Act and pledged to prosecute those demonstrators who they say are not protected under the First Amendment in that house of worship.
And the Department of Justice says it's not investigating the ICE officer who shot Renee Good, but multiple sources say it is investigating Minnesota's Governor Tim Walz and the Minneapolis Mayor Jacob Frey. So what's the latest on that?
That's right. The Justice Department has been making claims, senior officials, that both the Governor Walz and Frey had in some way impeded law enforcement activities in Minnesota, and now they're investigating whether that occurred. It's a big escalation in the sort of multi-front effort to pressure both the political apparatus and the people of Minnesota.
All right, Jack Date, thank you.
Hold on.
My next guest says that she has firsthand experience dealing with ICE when she was pepper sprayed, arrested, shackled, and taken to an ICE detention center in Minneapolis. Patty O'Keefe says she and a friend were following ICE agents in her car as they made arrests during the federal crackdown in her community last week. She says that ICE agents surrounded her car, sprayed irritant into her windshield vent, and then the agents smashed her windows, pulling her.
Wow, that's crazy. They sprayed the mace in the windshield vent, so it's still getting in the car, kind of like trying to smoke them out, right? That is diabolical, y'all. That is diabolical.
And her friend, Brandon Seguenza, from the car, taking them into custody for obstruction. A neighbor hearing the commotion took this video.
I will also say, yeah, it might be best not to be following them around all day long. You see what I'm saying? Because you're going to get arrested. A lot of people are getting arrested for this. A lot of people are getting arrested by ICE, and then they're being held for like half the day, and then they're getting thrown back out. They're getting released. But real talk, like, there's got to be better ways of doing this without actually like doing what you're doing. You see what I'm saying?
Oh my God.
You think we're playing? You are under arrest for Mexican government for impeding. Put your hand behind your back. Shut up.
O'Keefe and Seguenza, both U.S.
Crazy.
citizens, say they were ultimately released without charges after being held for almost 9 hours at the Henry Whipple Federal Building in Minneapolis, where detainees are being processed. Joining me now, Minneapolis resident Patty O'Keefe. So, Patty, describe what happened before these moments when they came to the car. How were you monitoring ICE, and how did things get so heated?
Yeah, we had gotten an alert from a group chat that there were 2 ICE agents cornering an observer in my neighborhood and had sprayed pepper spray onto their car. This was just about 3 minutes away from my house. So we headed in that direction because everything we have heard is that the more people who are on the scene and, you know, watching, filming ICE agents, the less likely it is that the situation, that ICE will escalate to violence. So when we got on the scene, the ICE agents were getting back into their car. They turned down a side street. We followed them for about 40 seconds, and then they stopped the car, came out, and one of the agents sprayed pepper spray onto my front windshield vent. And then they came back and broke the windows of our car, dragged us out, arrested us, put us in 2 separate unmarked vehicles, and took us to the detention center.
All right, I'll get to what happened in the detention center in just a minute. But what was the purpose of following them? What was your objective?
Well, many people in Minneapolis right now are acting as constitutional observers to observe what ICE is doing, to make sure that if they are and when they do violate people's constitutional rights, that is accounted for, that it's recorded. And we also were, we were blowing our whistles, we were honking the horn of our car, because that has been some of the only successful ways that we've been able to warn people in the neighborhood that ICE is in the vicinity. So that's what we were doing, trying to protect and notify our neighbors that ICE was around and continue to watch what they were going to do.
Got it. And a DHS spokesperson says that agents gave you multiple warnings as well to stop impeding law enforcement. Is that true?
Yes, they did tell us to stop impeding, but there was no one ahead of them. They could have just kept moving forward. All we were doing was blowing on our whistles, honking our horn, exercising our First Amendment rights. We weren't violating any traffic rules. And so, yeah, we were just exercising our rights. And
what's crazy is that they also didn't charge her with anything. She was just detained, and then she was basically like thrown out. She was detained. She was there for 8-9 hours, and then they threw her out. They didn't even say like, you're getting charged with X, Y, and Z. She didn't get nothing, because she wasn't breaking any laws. So again, this whole thing is very crazy. Okay. All of this is absolutely nuts. And the reverend, the pastor, not the pastor, but I mean, the person who organized the protest that happened inside that church, she did a little interview too. Let's take a look at this.
We do start this Martin Luther King Day monitoring the tense situation in Minneapolis, where some 1,500 troops could soon be deployed amid ongoing unrest. This as several hotels across the Twin Cities, including some housing federal officers, are closing down due to bomb threats. Those threats coming following a weekend of escalating tensions between protesters.
You got boom boom threats going on? Oh, this is terrible, y'all. Okay. Please know that your safety and well-being will always be our top priority, I guess, due to heightened public safety concerns in St. Paul. We have made the difficult decision to temporarily close our hotel. Wow. Your reservations are canceled effective Sunday. So yesterday. Okay. Wow. Wow. That's crazy. That's DoubleTree. You know what I'm saying? DoubleTree. Do they still have the cookies? Do they still give the cookies? You know what I mean? DoubleTree. Y'all, if you ever been to a DoubleTree, they used to have these cookies that were freaking fire, like complimentary cookies they would give you back in the day. Man, do they still have those cookies? But ain't that crazy that you got businesses like a DoubleTree basically saying, yeah, nah, we are shutting it all down. What is going on? They got boom boom threats going on now, guys. This is insane. Remember, ICE is staying. You got to remember, these guys are staying in really nice hotels. They're not just chilling at a Motel 6. They're staying in some really nice hotels. So while they're going out and doing what they're doing, getting paid $200,000 a year, okay, they also get a $50,000 bonus for signing up to ICE. Add all that together, they also still get the nicest of hotels too to stay at. Ain't that crazy? They're getting the lap of luxury. I'm surprised they're not getting fed like caviar and champagne, right? Caviar and champagne dreams.
Law enforcement
Crazy.
and agitators who have descended on the city to capitalize on the unrest and create social media content. One far-right influencer holding an anti-immigration rally, leading to a chaotic confrontation on the streets of downtown Minneapolis and further destabilizing the situation. But one of the most shocking moments
Hold
from
on.
the week.
Jake Lang, you just saw him. Dude, an idiot. That dude is an idiot, period. Sorry, he's an idiot. He shouldn't have gone and done what he did, okay? He should not have shown up to this mother-loving thing, okay? He's an idiot. I said it. I already said it a million times before, but he's an idiot. You show up to a place where you got very angry people that are on the opposing side, and you represent everything that they hate about that opposing side. Like, he wanted that. He wanted that crap. You see what I'm saying? He wanted that. It's clicks. It's content. It's I'm doing everything for the white man or whatever the hell it is, right? It's dumb, y'all. Yeah, he got very lucky that he didn't it could have gone much worse. And it's also crazy that he even tried to go into an Uber. Why would you go get an Uber? Are you that dense? Like, run. You know what I'm saying? Run. Get as far away as you can from those people. Period. You see what I'm saying? If you're in danger, he's like, wait a second, I got to get my Uber. And then the Uber pulls up in front of the group of people that he just tried to run away from. And they try to rip him out of the car too. Like, it's so bad. It is so bad. I might show a little bit of it because, he's dumb. He did not have a backup plan. You know what I mean? He had no escape plan at all whatsoever.
Weekend coming yesterday when protesters entered a church where an ICE agent allegedly serves as a pastor and disrupted the service. The Department of Justice is now saying it is investigating that group for potentially violating the churchgoers' rights to exercise their freedom of religion. And now the Department of War saying it is readying 1,500 active duty troops to deploy to the area if President Trump decides to invoke the Insurrection Act, something the city's mayor is speaking out against on NBC's Meet the Press just yesterday.
In Minneapolis, crime is dramatically down. We don't need more federal agents to keep people safe. We are safe. Violent crime is down. Shootings are down. Carjackings are down in virtually every category, in virtually every neighborhood in the city. You know what's causing more chaos? Having these thousands of ICE agents and border control and apparently military even potentially on our streets.
News Nation has been on the ground since the very beginning of these protests. We continue to be there today. Mills Hayes, live in Minneapolis. Mills, we were just here live together about 12 hours ago. I just checked. It is -4 degrees where you are right now.
It's cold,
what are you
baby.
monitoring today?
Hi, Natasha. We're actually in St. Paul outside of the church where that protest happened yesterday. St. Paul police telling me that about 30 to 40 protesters interrupted the church service Sunday morning and that they did receive multiple 911 calls when this happened. People confused about exactly what was going on. Now, this protest happened early Sunday morning. The group going inside the church, interrupting the services and chanting things like justice for Renee Good, ICE out for good, hands up, don't shoot. And we could hear some of those protesters asking people if they supported ICE. And it appears that they were targeting the church because they believe that one of the pastors was a local ICE official.
You like ICE?
No, sir. I understand that what is happening is wrong, and I agree with that, but this can't happen. This can't. This is the house of the Lord. To do this is unjust.
Attorney General Pam Bondi says she spoke with the pastor of that church, saying that she's prepared to use the full force of federal law on attacks against law enforcement and the intimidation of Christians. The congregation's lead pastor said interruptions were shameful and asked anyone who wasn't worshiping to leave. ICE posting on X that agitators are going from hotel to hotel, church to church, hunting for federal law enforcement who are risking their lives to protect officers. Meanwhile, I did speak with one of the organizers of the event. Take a listen.
Do you guys feel like perhaps maybe you went too far? I know that there was one guy
Absolutely
that was
not. Listen. I'm not going to go down this line of questioning with you. This is gaslighting. Who has gone too far is Donald Trump, Kristi Noem, J.D. Vance, and the people who run ICE.
She tells me that they're not worried about the Department of Justice investigating them because they investigate everyone. That's what she said. And she also says that they feel like the media focusing on this is gaslighting the American people about what's happening here. Now, we also do know DHS sources confirming that an ICE supervisor is one of the pastors at this church here, Natasha.
Thank
the American people about what's happening here. Now, we also do know DHS sources confirming that an ICE supervisor is one of the pastors at this church here, Natasha.
You heard that, right? You heard that, right? I'm going to roll that back one more time so you guys can hear what that was. And it's always a jump scare with Cuomo. It's always a jump scare. Boom. You know what I mean? He's like, boo, you know? Subscribe. But hold on, you gotta hear this one more time.
Is confirming that
Hold on.
About what
Remember what we were asking? Is it true or not about this pastor working with ICE? Here we go. DHS is confirming that he really is working with ICE.
what's happening here. Now, we also do know DHS sources confirming that an ICE supervisor is one of the pastors at this church here, Natasha.
Bang. So here's the thing. Protesters were not wrong. So that part is absolutely 110% true. But here's the question. Does the church know? Did the church know before protesters started showing up to the church? That is a question I think a lot of us are going to find out here very soon. But one thing is for sure, they did not miss. These protesters were not wrong. They did their due diligence, and then they went into that church. I'm not sitting here saying that justifies what they did, what the protesters did. No. Oh, no. But they weren't wrong. So this Easterwood individual is indeed an ICE agent. That is true. That is absolutely crazy. So we got that confirmation. That is confirmed. But one thing is for sure, Don Lemon right now is live doing an interview with I've Had It. I think that's the show, what the show's called. If I'm correct, we may take a look. Yeah, I've Had It. We may take a look at what he is saying in this live interview in just a little bit. But one thing is for sure, Trump DOJ says that that Don Lemon is most definitely on notice for what happened. So there may be charges really coming for Don Lemon. Here's the thing, though. Okay, doesn't matter what side of the fence you're on. Doesn't matter if you like Don Lemon or not. If you think he's just like some bully, or if you think he's just some alcoholic BSer, I don't know. I don't know him at all. Okay, all I know is that I've what I've seen him do online. There are some moments that are he gets some really great interviews with people on the street and all that, and I do appreciate hearing other people's opinions on the street, right? And not a lot of people do that. There's a lot of people that do it, but it's always with some sort of spin, right? It's like, let me show you how idiotic these conservatives are, or let me show you how loser or crazy these liberals are. You know what I'm saying? It's a lot of that, and it's all spun and tailored in a certain way. But he's actually just going up to people and be like, hey, I got this, What do you think about what's going on here? Really, that's what you think. Okay, cool. What are your thoughts? What are your thoughts? You know what I'm saying? So here's the thing. Okay, it doesn't matter if you like him or not. Doesn't matter. At the end of the day, did he break any laws? Did he himself break any laws? If he was just there capturing the protests, is he breaking the law? That's the question I have, right? Now, with everything that's going on, I think it's interesting that Don Lemon is the one who's getting the heat rather than the people who are organizing the actual protests themselves. You see what I'm saying? Don't you notice that that's interesting? They're looking at Don Lemon. Why? Because he's somebody who's anti-Trump, because he's someone who's a liberal. He doesn't like what Trump is doing out here. But there's all these other people that were there too, and they're going, oh yeah, let's go after Don Lemon. Interesting, right? When there's clearly people in there protesting, and their faces are on camera. All their faces are on camera. How about the woman who just, the one of the organizers that just said, I'm not answering any of these questions because I know exactly what you're trying to do. You're trying to gaslight me. So no, I'm not answering any of these questions, right? Remember her? Why Don Lemon and not the organizers of the actual protest? It's just something to think about, but let's take a look at this. So, so obviously the Assistant Attorney General for Civil Rights and the Department of Justice, Harmeet Dillon, hopefully I'm saying that correctly, put former CNN host Don Lemon on notice after he stormed a church in Minnesota with protesters. So Newsmax host, right there, Newsmax host Todd Starnes posted that Don Lemon defended storming of a church service over the weekend alongside anti-ICE protesters. So he says Don Lemon, let's take a look at this. Don Lemon defends storming the Minneapolis church Sunday and shutting down the worship service. This is what the First Amendment is about. The freedom to protest. This is what he told viewers. This is what Don Lemon allegedly told viewers. I'm sure people here don't like it, but protests are not comfortable. That part is true. I agree. Protests are never comfortable. Does that make Don Lemon's private residence fair game for protesters too? Are they allowed to storm in his house, all in the name of the First Amendment? And I guess I feel like that is the ongoing fight or the ongoing argument right now as we speak, right? The ongoing argument is, hey, was there something, were laws being broken here, right? Let's take a look, because he's literally live with the podcast. He's literally live on the podcast. So I'm going to pull it back a little bit and see what's going on. Yeah, Don Lemon here. I've had it.
Me and said, oh my gosh, I'm really sorry that you're going through this. And I said, going through what? Because I've been traveling all night. I was in Minnesota, and that's how I heard about it. But I haven't heard anything from anybody, DOJ officially. I've just heard lots of people just yapping, on either the internet, on social media, or on conservative, podcasts or Fox News.
All right. So walk us through this. You went to Minnesota. You're an independent journalist. I'm sure everybody's abundantly clear with your work. And you are reporting on all of these ICE protests, and you end up at a church. Is that what this is regarding?
Yeah. So I went to Minneapolis to cover the unrest there. And I was asking people what's going on the ground. I'm going to get there. Should I go directly to the Whipple, whatever? And they said, well, there's this thing happening that they've been sending out flyers for. Perhaps you want to cover this. So I said, sure. And I went, okay, I'll cover. And then when I went to cover it, they said, we're doing this protest that is sort of similar to the civil rights movement, where they show up places and they sort of disrupt the peace, like sitting in at lunch counters or, drinking out of water fountains that were only supposed to be for white people. And I said, sure, I'll go, I'll chronicle it. And they ended up at a church. I didn't even know they were going to a church. They ended up at a church. And so once they went in and did their thing, other journalists started going in, and I went in. So I'm not exactly sure, Jen, how I became the face of it, unless they just think I'm the bigger name, but it's bizarre. And I reported on it. I interviewed everyone there, the pastor.
That's precisely what it is. Let me just make that abundantly clear. It's precisely because he's the bigger name. And of course, he is also somebody who is, he's not a Trump supporter. Okay. If this was Nick Shirley, for example, covering this, I don't think he would be getting the heat that he's getting right now. I'm just being real. He would definitely be getting a different type of reaction. They'd probably be like, thanks so much, Nick Shirley, for showing this side of how crazy these liberals are, and so on and so forth. It's because he's a name. It's because he's a name, and he's definitely left, and he's definitely not a fan of Trump. That's clear. But I will say this: he wasn't out there protesting. He was asking questions, and he was reporting it. That's it. Like I said, it's up to the law on what they consider him, if they consider him independent journalism or not. That's the one thing that's really sad about the world that we live in right now. Because even the likes of like Andy Signor, right, from Popcorn Planet, he had this whole situation with the Blake Lively, Ryan Reynolds, Justin Baldoni situation. And the courts ruled against him, believing that he is not an independent journalist, that his source, he would have to give up his sources for this specific lawsuit that he was dealing with. You know what I mean? And shout out to Popcorn Planet. You know what I mean? Shout out to them. But again, he's being looked at as not an independent journalist. So it depends on if he actually gets hit with anything. It depends on what the state and what the judges look at as independent journalism and what constitutes not independent journalism, right? So again, we'll see what happens here, but he's getting targeted for sure because he is a name. That's clear to me, at least.
Some of the congregants and the protesters, and that was it. And now all of a sudden it blew up into this big thing where I am the one who is leading the protest, and somehow I'm the agitator here when I'm just the journalist.
And so this church, it is friendly, is ICE friendly, is my understanding.
That's the reporting. So according to the group, and I have not been able to confirm this again because this wasn't my movement. I am chronicling what happened. They said that they found evidence that someone who is a pastor or registered as a pastor there is also an ICE agent or works in some capacity with ICE. And they said they had information about that. And they think that if that is the case, why are you a pastor at a church if you were working as an ICE agent? And so that's what their skirmish was about. That's what they went in to protest. And that's what I went in just to report on.
Well, I can certainly understand their frustration with that, because all of the grifting through Christianity and overt patriotism, and then these people can't call out the Jeffrey Epstein pedophilia ring. It's very alarming. But I took from your Instagram, you interviewed this pastor, and let's watch this together from your Instagram, and then I want to get your take on what was going on. Play the clip.
Okay.
What do you think of this? I mean, this is unacceptable. It's shameful. It's shameful to...
We're skipping ahead.
Worship. That's why we're here. I'm a Christian.
Yeah.
Weird to me that he's all about, this is the type of Christianity I grew up around. Recruiting, but not helping, not comforting, not providing. Like, these people are hurting. These people that ICE are targeting are suffering. They're marginalized. And I thought you did an excellent job with the pastor saying, don't you think Jesus would want to talk to these people and help these people?
Yeah. Well, and also remember, someone who wrote the book and was on your show wrote a book about God. Jesus turned the tables over in the temple, right? He flipped the tables because he was tired of them, not doing what they're supposed to do in his Father's house and not living up to the tenets of Christianity. And so, it is surprising to me, if it is true that this person somehow works for ICE, And also it is true that they're not understanding now of the protesters is that they're doing the exact opposite of what Christianity is supposed to be about. And I say in the reporting, Jen, if you look at it, and if you go and look at the full thing, I say it's interesting that you see the people over here praying and then the people over here protesting. But if they got together, they could solve this problem if you had people understanding, but it doesn't seem like anyone wanted to talk to each other. Now, I think the protesters actually went there to talk to these guys, obviously to disrupt, true, but I think they went there to talk to them. And I think if the pastor, what I would have done, Jen, is I would have said, no, we live in a country where we welcome dissent. We welcome peaceable, the right to peaceably assemble. We welcome that. And so we may not like it. It is uncomfortable, but that's what protest is about, discomfort. So since you're here, let's please calm down. Let's try to talk. What would you like us to do? What do you want us to know? What would you like us to hear? What can we do to help you in our Father's house, in the people's house? What can we do? None of that happened. I think he started to, when we got there, I think he started just, to preach sort of against the protesters or whatever, which I think is a natural reaction. But I think if you are going to be a representative of the Lord and of God, then perhaps you should conduct yourself as such. Now, let me say this, Jen. I understand that people don't encounter this all the time and that it can be unnerving for some people, especially for young people. But I think in the way that you handle it with young people is what I said before. This is what America is about. This is the reason we have a constitution. People don't always agree. This is part of the rights that we're given under the Constitution we may not like. Don't be disheartened by it. But so I think there's a way to sort of comfort younger people.
Ruh-roh.
Did we lose Dawn? Dawn? Okay, yeah. Dawn, let's get to the nut cutting.
Yes. Could you hear everything I was saying?
Yes. Let me get to the nut cutting of what I think this is about. So that is one of those white evangelical churches that turn out to vote for Donald Trump, 80+% of that sect of Christianity. These are the don't tread on me folks. These are the people who feel like America is for Americans and American only. These are white nationalists. And the DOJ got their panties in a wad because these protesters went straight to them and addressed their hypocrisy. You, a gay Black journalist, are, prime bait for them to drum up these charges. But so that's one issue. You went right into the most entitled white nationalists there are, and they feel that ICE is 100% justified. But secondly, I find it incredibly rich that Benny Johnson, who outed himself online when he was searching for gay cruises, and he didn't realize he gets targeted ads back at him, right? And we all know the rumors about Benny Johnson. I find it incredibly rich. We lost Don. Maybe he'll be right back in. Kylie, will he be right back in? Say, you guys, is that I think it's incredible. Oh, wait, he's back in. Okay.
I hate when this stuff happens. This frustrates the hell out of me. When the internet is starting to act up and all that, and you're just trying to do an interview, and next thing you know, the whole show, the whole interview turns into trying to figure out what's going on and how to fix the technical issue. I hate it. It is something that just, it burns my cookies. I hate it so much. Okay, so I can totally understand the frustration about this crap.
They have a problem with those types of white people being confronted and called out on their hypocrisy. Furthermore, the staggering hypocrisy of Benny DL Demon Queen Johnson breaking this story when he outed himself with the, the ads, targeted ads based on your Google searches. I think it's just really, really interesting. I think these MAGA men, they have like a hive mind. None of them are unique. None of them are the alphas they think they are. They just all take their orders every day. What's Elon saying? What's Trump saying? And they have to bend and mold. And you are a prize for them, an independent, gay, Black, happy, successful man. And this is an attempt to intimidate and beat you down.
Hmm. I don't disagree with that. And I didn't hear the first part, but I think that there is obviously there's racism in it. The whole point of it is that they're detaining people on the streets because of accents in the color of their skin, and they're also targeting people of color and black people as well as brown people. So there is a certain degree of racism there, and there's a certain degree of entitlement. I think people who are in the religious groups like that, it's not the type of Christianity that I practice, but I think that they're entitled, and that entitlement comes from a supremacy, a white supremacy. And they think that this country was built for them, that it is a Christian country, when actually we left England because we wanted religious freedom. It's religious freedom, but only if you're a Christian and only if you're a white male, pretty much. And so, yeah, I absolutely 100%, but it's an intimidation tactic. And, I said, I don't understand how I've become the face of it when I was a journalist. I do understand that I'm the biggest name there. And I'm also, as I was on with my producers this morning, you and Kylie talk all the time. My producers were saying, I said, how did I become the face of this? And my producer said, Don, you're a gay black man in America, and you have a platform, and you're the biggest name. Of course, you're going to be the person that they single out, and they're going to make the headline because it plays to their base. And their base is full of racist, bigoted homophobes, like Nicki Minaj, by the way.
Oh, pop that up. So Nicki Minaj sent a tweet out.
I'm done. I didn't see this part. I didn't see the Chucky. Really? Oh my Lord. Nicki Minaj is going full tilt.
On cocksucking, her words, Lemon is disgusting. How dare you? I want that thug in jail. He would never do that to any other religion. Lock him up. And then she bizarrely puts a Chucky doll with it. So number one, the homophobia laced in that. But number two, the way this sect of Christianity, the white nationalist form of Christianity that I guess now Nicki Minaj attaches herself to, I'm like, good luck with that, sis. At the end of the day, you're still black. They use their religion as a weapon, but then they also use it as a shield, back and forth. They weaponize it, and then, oh my God, I'm a victim. Don't attack my Christianity. And that's what Nicki Minaj just did right there. And I have news for Nicki Minaj. You think these white nationalists are going to accept you and your WAP? Just hide and wait. These people are serious about their racism, Miss Minaj.
Well, I'm glad you said WAP, and if you listen to Nicki Minaj's music and you're like, okay, that's Christianity. First of all, Jen, how we met is that I was promoting my book on Christianity. And so Nicki Minaj is not a Christian. She knows nothing about a Christian. What she is a grifter. And instead of that Chucky doll, she should have had a pick-me doll on there, because Nicki Minaj is a pick-me. And she's not African-American. I think she's from the islands. She is a black woman, but she doesn't understand the African-American struggle, so to speak. And if she did, she wouldn't be doing this and saying this on Martin Luther King Day, on the Martin Luther King holiday of all days, putting that out. Nicki Minaj doesn't care about black people. She doesn't care about gay people. Those are two of her biggest supporters and the people who make her rich. And if I was, as a black and gay person, I'm not supporting her. And so if you're black and you hear what Nicki Minaj is doing, and she's sitting on the stage with Charlie Kirk's widow, who Charlie Kirk, sadly, who should not have died. You have to, say that caveat the way that he did. It was uncalled for. However, he talked shit about black people a lot. He said racist, bigoted things a lot. And she's cozying up to his wife and to his organization and to all of the other bigots in the MAGA movement. And now she is calling a gay man a cocksucker. That's homophobia. So if we were in the day where we bought records, I would be burning Nicki Minaj's records today. So
what's interesting is that he is speaking facts on Nicki Minaj, because I keep on wondering. I mean, let's be real. I mean, as much as those that aren't fans of Don Lemon, fine. But one thing is for sure. He has a point with the Nicki Minaj stuff. Sorry, not sorry. She's gone. I don't know. This is a different Nicki Minaj. And I keep wondering, how is her base? Remember, the same people that lifted her up and supported her are the same people that she is just basically shunned away from. And yeah, the WAP, which is, wet ass P word, wrong artist. That's Cardi B, which was funny because I was like, what are they talking about? WAP. And for a second, I was like, what song does she have WAP in? And I'm like, nope, that's not Nicki Minaj. That's Cardi B, if I'm correct. So no. But anyway, outside of that, though, if you really think about it, Nicki Minaj, gone. Her whole base pretty much is starting to walk away from her. And yeah, he's got a point. You mean to tell me you're going to throw out a homophobic slur on somebody who happens to be gay, openly gay, happily gay, and your base, a good portion of your base, or at least used to be your base, is the gay community. So what are you talking about? And we've already talked about this ad nauseum when she did sit down with Erica Kirk, and she was basically she annihilated her entire career for that interview, which makes no sense. But at the same time, if she's making good money off that or whatever, or I don't know. All I know is that the people that used to support her probably are not supporting her anymore because of her drastic change. All right. But anything's possible. We live in a wild, crazy, upside down world. Okay. Now, I'm not going to play this whole doggone thing. I mean, I feel like you guys can see that for yourself in its entirety because I think they're still live right now. But there is something else because she mentioned Benny Johnson. I haven't gotten a chance to show you some of this. And this is from Benny Johnson. He posted this this morning. Yeah, today's the 19th. Yep. So let me show this to you guys here too. This is also interesting. He says DOJ announces intention to charge Don Lemon under the KKK Act. What? Wait, what? Whoa, this is interesting. Whoa, what a spin. So the KKK Act, the triple K, all right, makes it illegal to threaten, hurt, or intimidate people to prevent them from exercising their God-given rights. So this particular triple K Act is one of the most important federal civil rights statutes. It's a law that makes it illegal to terrorize and violate the civil rights of citizens. Whenever people conspire this, the Klan Act can be used. So he could get hit with the triple K Act? Whoa. And of course, I already said this before, but he basically said everyone in the protest community needs to know that the fullest force of federal government is going to come down and prevent this from happening and put people away for a long time. So what in the what? Let's take a look at this. This is insane. What? The triple K Act? They could throw that on Don Lemon of all people?
We will pursue charges in this case. I see various crimes that have occurred. Exactly what they are, I'm not going to flag, but the FACE Act has been mentioned as one of the predicates there. In other cases, the Biden DOJ used the Klan Act conspiracy charges tacked on to the FACE Act in the case of protests outside abortion clinics to bring much longer sentences. So there are a number of tools available to us. Who funded this? What else? What other crimes may have occurred? Was there a use of the wires or the mails in preparing for this event? Did anyone cross state lines to do this? All of those are potential predicates for additional federal charges.
Whoa. I just pulled up the Klan Act because this is the first time that I've...
Holy crap. Hold on. Holy crap. What were... Yeah, they even said funded. Yeah, she even said funded. She said, did they use any mail? Did they do any wiring? Right? To put this whole thing together? Was there any funding involved? Did anybody cross state lines to be a part of this situation? All those are pending charges that Don Lemon could also get. Why? Wow. That's what I'm trying to say. I'm trying to say wild and wow at the same time. Wild and wow.
Heard this mentioned. This is a act that was passed in 1871, correction there, to combat the Ku Klux Klan and protect African Americans' voting rights, especially the Enforcement Act which is known as the Force Act. So here's some of the information on screen. Would you mind breaking down for us, because we have just read the FACE Act and how this is an affinity to the FACE Act.
I'm sorry, Don Lemon getting hit with the cake. That's like an oxymoron, don't you think? Don't you think? Like, literally, we live in the upside down.
Act, an obvious and egregious demonstrable violation of the FACE Act, because they were entering a place of worship, harassing and threatening. We just played a video of a bearded man, who was threatening to attack the Christians that were worshiping there. So it seems like an obvious FACE Act violation. But the Klan Act here, it is on screen. First time I've heard it mentioned. Can you unpack this for us, Harmeet?
Yeah, the Klan Act is one of the most important federal civil rights statutes, and it goes back to the time when President Lincoln emancipated the slaves, and yet the southern states, Dixiecrats mainly, were refusing to give them equal rights. And in fact, that you had sheriffs and you had law enforcement harassing the newly freed slaves. So the Klan Act is a law that makes it illegal to terrorize citizens, to violate their civil rights, to get together and conspire to violate the civil rights. It is often used against law enforcement, but is now used against others as well. So whenever anyone conspires to violate the protected civil rights of American citizens, the Klan Act can be used to bring a conspiracy charge. We, in the federal law enforcement parlance, call this 241 and 242 civil and criminal conspiracies. And so what the Biden administration did is, if 3 grandmas got together to pray outside an abortion clinic for the souls of the people inside, and including unborn children, they would say, oh, that's not just a violation of the Klan Act, that's a conspiracy to violate the civil rights of women going in there to get abortions. And so we're going to add additional charges and punish that more and make it from a misdemeanor under the FACE Act to a felony under the Klan Act. And President Trump pardoned the pro-life protesters in those cases. I have recently defended successfully in the 11th Circuit a case called Oropesa, a case of Jane's Revenge, the pro-abortion protesters violently attacking crisis pregnancy centers in Florida. And we had the court uphold the Klan Act criminal enhancement to the FACE Act. So I know this is very deep in the weeds, but the point is, there are a number of things. The FACE Act is just the start. Like I said, you have material support for disruptive activities. You have conspiracy to violate civil rights. You have potentially the use of other instrumentalities to commit crimes. And so some of these folks who did this have self-identified. Don Lemon himself has come out and said he knew exactly what was going to happen inside that facility. He went into the facility and then he began, quote unquote, committing journalism. And as if that's sort of a shield from being an embedded part of a criminal conspiracy. It isn't. And so, we're getting our ducks in a row. We're putting the facts together. And this is a very serious matter. Come next Sunday, nobody should think in the United States that they're going to be able to get away with this. Everyone in the protest community needs to know that the fullest force of the federal government is going to come down and prevent this from happening and put people away for a long, long time.
Wow. This is going to be insane if they charge the likes of Don Lemon with these kinds of charges. That would be absolutely shocking, if you ask me. And see, this is the thing. Now it's everybody wants him arrested. Or, a good portion of the world wants him arrested. Let me get back over to this live that he did real quick, because I want to hear some of what there's a bunch of other things I'm going to show you guys here in a second, because absolutely knuckin' futz. Let's take a look.
So, how are you? Nice to meet you. What's your name?
William Kelly. I've actually filmed for Jolly Good Ginger on your show.
Oh, wow.
Oh, real quick, guys. Just a quick thing. Please do me a favor, hit that like button down below, crush it, do what it do, hit that reaction button if you're watching on these other platforms, okay? I'd love to get it to like 700 likes if you can. That'd be greatly appreciated. Get it over there, get it to 700 likes on YouTube here. Of course, don't forget to follow. Don't forget to hit that subscribe button here as well, okay? That would be absolutely fantastic. That would be helpful. Hit that notification bell. Check out my Patreon. I just uploaded the video on Patreon, and also I uploaded it on YouTube here too. And I'm going to be talking to you guys about that in just a short minute. Ride just asked this. Let me just get the super chat here now because I just see it real quick. Don't worry, I'm getting to the other super chats here in a second. But Ride just said, thanks so much for the super chat. Please recap. I'm coming in blind. Okay, so real quick, for those of y'all who are still kind of showing up a little late to the party, just letting you know, Don Lemon went inside a church while that church was in worship. They were in doing their regular worship. The protesters were in there, and Don Lemon happened to be the one that was not, he wasn't the only one. I just showed you guys a whole other angle just a little bit ago, but he was one of the many people that was documenting what was going on inside the church while while the church was in the middle of worship. Protests were out there, basically chanting and saying, ICE, get out, that kind of thing. The reason why is because they found out, and this is actually true now, we have gotten it confirmed, that one of the pastors of this specific city's church in St. Paul, Minnesota, one of their pastors actually works with ICE or for ICE. So not only is he a pastor, but he also is an ICE agent. That information was unearthed and revealed. So protesters went to his job, basically, and outed him. But here's the thing. He wasn't there. It was a completely different pastor that was there doing his sermon, doing their service. Okay? Now, Don Lemon happened to be there to capture all this. He interviewed the pastor as well that was completely taken aback in all that. Okay? And now he's outside of the church, just interviewing a whole bunch of other people. Okay. Nicki Minaj has already condemned Don Lemon for being there. And there's a lot of people now on the right, or those who are pro-ICE supporters. Now they're all trying to hashtag. They're trying to, well, it's becoming a thing. He's now trending. Okay. But it's hashtag arrest Don Lemon is the hashtag that is trending right now. So again, this is insane. Okay. And it's only going to get thicker than a snicker in time. Okay. So let's continue. I want to hear this interview. Then there's other footage that is not good. It's not good news. How's that? It's not graphic, but there is some other stuff I want to share with you guys here in a second. But let's hear what this other guy has to say.
I'm a good buddy of John's.
Yes. How are you? Why are you here?
I'm here to stand up for immigrant rights. I'm here to stand up for humanity. We're seeing a clear violation of the Constitution every day. So I'm standing up in my immigrant community. We're all immigrants. We're all the sons of immigrants in this nation. Yeah. You know, my ancestors showed up at Ellis Island. We're given a name. We're given citizenship. Why is
Let me see. Gotta love that internets.
the people that are living real lives? Nobody.
When I explained to him that most of the people they're detaining have mental convictions and no criminal records, and that immigrants and undocumented people commit far less crime than native-born Americans, he said I was a biased journalist because I presented him with facts.
It's really easy to ignore what's happening. Just as in Poland in 1939, communities ignored a concentration camp a mile away from them. It is really easy. So that's why we're here. We're here to hopefully change a few minds, hopefully to wake a few people up. I was encouraging people in there to be at Whipple with me later today, standing up for, the community.
Yeah. Thank you.
Thank you, Doc.
I gotta be honest. I'm gonna scoot up a little bit so we can hear. Hopefully, there's better reception here for him. But I'm gonna say this because I know some people are gonna be like, "Boo! I hate when you said that." But I'm gonna say this, okay? I appreciate Don Lemon doing what he's doing right now. I appreciate that he goes out there and he's talking to people. Okay, whether or not he's breaking the law here, that I leave that up to you guys. All right, I left it into the poll. Right, so make sure you go over to the top of the chat and put in your vote. Okay, but I do appreciate getting the interviews because right now we're not really getting many people out there interviewing the people protesting. We get a lot of people. We get a lot of depiction of the protests and the conflict between protesters and ICE. but not a lot of people are actually going to the people and asking them, like, why are you out here? What are you doing? So on and so forth. I appreciate that. And there's got to be somebody out there doing it. So might as well be Don Lemon, right? So again, somebody got to hear it. Even so, what if this was a group of, let's just say we live in a different time and it's opposite day, and all these people are like J6er supporters or something like that, right? Somebody got to be out there to ask them the questions. Somebody got to do the reporting. It can't only just be showing ICE or, the opposing side, law enforcement, whatever, going up and arresting people. We got to find out what the people are out there for, right? That's what journalism is. That's what journalism does. So I appreciate him doing what he's doing, man. I do. Somebody got to report it.
Right, that we were told was against religious extremists oppressing their people with their extremist religion as law. And here we are in the United States, like, I'm crying like 6 times a fucking day. 6 times a day because it's so emotional. It's like you go over there and you believe you're doing this thing that's just. It turns out you're fighting an unjust war, and the reason that they gave us was really misleading. And now we're in the United States, and the same thing that they told us we were fighting against is what they're trying to do here. And maybe it's not the people in the church, all of the people in the church, but they're white people that aren't standing up and speaking when we need everybody to be standing up right now, because the things that the United States purportedly stands for and sent soldiers to war to die, freedom, to fight for, right, is something that now they're low key, or actually kind of fucking high key, getting us to do here. They've got a private military force now to enforce this shit and slowly integrate Christianity as law. It's like it's in Project 25. We read it.
And if you're ignoring it, you're complicit.
Do you guys see Bovino out walking around?
I have the personal honor of finally scolding him for his bad life decisions, yes.
And what do you think? I saw yesterday and it felt very...
Who's Bovino? Does anybody know who that is? Can somebody can somebody catch me up on that? Because I don't know who that be. Bovino? I've never heard of that name in my life. On God. So if I need to be, if I need to know, Dan Bovino, who the is that? Somebody tell me who that is. Oh, he's the guy in charge of you know what? First off, thank you guys. Thank you. I've been wanting to get hip. Okay, hear me out. Just 2 seconds. Okay, I've been seeing a dude with that crew cut, like the haircut that looks like he's part of the funny mustache troupe. You get what I'm saying? Okay. And once you see that, you cannot see that anymore. Like you cannot see anything otherwise. Am I right? You can't not see it. Anyway, I've been seeing his face a lot, and I'm like, who the F is this dude? But I'd never really looked into it. But I've been seeing him in photos, and I know he's the leader of all this stuff. But at the same time, I didn't know. I didn't know his name. I've just seen his face in the haircut. You know what I mean? No? The Germans? No? 9? No? Nobody? I guess I'm the only one who can see that and not see anything otherwise. Anyway, doesn't he not have that haircut? We're going to have to pull him up. But I'm going to let them cook. Let them talk. Dan Bovino.
1930s.
He was out. He came out at Whipple with a trench coat on, looking like a Gestapo, general, and he lined the 50 to 100, body armor laden goons in a line, and then he had a press conference as they charged forward and shot us with pepper gas.
David Easterwood is the director for the field office of ICE in St. Paul. He also serves as a pastor right here at City's Church. So if you Google City's Church, you will see David Easterwood's name there. If you Google him, you will also see him at a press conference that was held by C-SPAN, standing next to Kristi Noem. And
hold on, I want you to, because at first, when we first heard about this, right, about this whole situation, I was like, are they sure that they got the right guy, right? Messi, I'll take a look at that. Thank you so much for the heads up. But I'm sitting there going, are you sure you got the mother lover, right? Are we sure this is true? But we have now, it has been confirmed that this guy, this pastor is definitely working for ICE for sure. But here's the thing. I need to show you guys this. I need to show y'all this. I need to show y'all this. This right here is mother-loving Dan Bovino. Not Dan Bongino. Dan Bovino. And take a look at how he's rocking, what he's rocking. You mean to tell me, look. Come on now. Oh, is it Greg Bovino? Sorry, Greg Bovino. What? I had Dan Bovino. I think it's because of Dan Bongino. Okay. Sorry, Greg Bovino. Thank you. Look at what he's rocking, though. Hamburger. Take a good, just soak it in. Drink it in, everybody. Yeah, it's crazy. Dan Bongino, Greg Bovino. Ain't that crazy? Ain't that crazy, JN on Twitch? That's a wild-ish. Tomato, I guess. But once you see this image, you will not see anything else when it comes to Greg Bovino. Just saying. Drink it in. Drink it all the way in. Let that soak all the way down to your mother-loving plums. And you tell me that doesn't look like. That don't look like. That don't give you that vibe. He ain't cosplaying. Just a wee little bit. But cosplaying in real life. With the cuffs and everything. Come on now. Come on, meow. Okay, I'm done. I just had to swarm, they had to circle around this photo for a second. Yeah, that's real. That is real. Let's continue.
And also the lawsuit that was filed by the ACLU in December on behalf of 6 Minnesota residents that just went in front of Judge Melendez, and where she put an injunction against ICE for them being able to retaliate against peaceful protesters. His name is in those court documents, again, as the director of the field office for ICE in St. Paul. That is unacceptable. How can you be a pastor of a church, but overseeing ICE agents in the field? We know that ICE agents just killed Renee Good. We know that they shot a Venezuelan nationalist. We know that they almost killed a 6-month-old baby in North Minneapolis, as well as terrorized their whole family of 6. Had to send 3 of their children to the hospital, 2 of which had asthma, as they fired tear gas and flashbang grenades at the cars of innocent people. We know that they dragged people out of their cars, out of their homes. They dragged pregnant women. They beaten and attacked immigrants and U.S. citizens. So how dare somebody claim to be a pastor while overseeing evil? Absolutely not.
That we're all domestic terrorists. We're all domestic terrorists. So like, why was I even speaking to Homeland Security? I was like tricked. I thought we were going to be talking about the fact that I was assaulted, and they arrested me for assault. But then and I'm like, I have nothing to hide, so I'll talk to you guys.
But you shouldn't have given me a miracle.
All these, they took it. they arrested me. They took all my stuff. I was trying to get the protesters. I was saying, somebody grab my phone, but then the cops grabbed it. And like, I haven't been charged with anything because there was direct video evidence showing that I didn't assault anyone, that they assaulted me, and they arrested me anyhow. And then they take you in and they let you go, but they keep your phone and they say, yeah, maybe in 8 months you might get it back. Like, but how could I ever take that back? Like, with knowing like how twisted they are, like, are they going to put something in my phone? Like, it's very concerning that they want to turn me into a domestic terrorist. That's scary.
I'm sorry that happened to you. But do you have an attorney?
I don't.
You need to get an attorney.
The ones that are here are mostly,
you should talk to
talk
to Rob Hell.
More, and it's like, I can figure it out. Like, I have resources, so if it comes to it,
as a representative.
Yep, and Trump hates them. So
they don't like the immigration. They don't like the Somalian folks who are here.
Right, but does he like anybody unless they're white?
What do you answer that question?
Yeah, he doesn't like anybody. If they're not white, he doesn't like them. He hates them. You can tell the way he talks.
Well, I don't think he likes white people who don't support him.
Oh, that's correct. Sure. Yeah, if you're not loyal, kissing his butt, yeah, you're correct, 100%.
How are the people here feeling? You said you're Minnesota born and bred?
Mm-hmm.
How are the folks feeling here?
Oh, incredibly frustrated. I think at this point, people are pissed. It's no longer being sad. We're angry. We want this to stop.
Yeah.
But how do we make it stop when we have people running our streets with guns and ready to kill us? How do we make that stop?
Speaking of which, I need to show you guys this too. Yeah, we're kind of all over the place today. I apologize, but here's the thing. This is how we're looking at things. A lot of things are popping off like crazy. Every 5 seconds is something new, and it's going to be like this for a little while. I mean, shoot, these are the moments when I miss true crime. I'm sorry. Oh my God, because there's just so much craziness, man. There's just so much craziness going on. One thing we all can do, one thing we all can like come together for is trying to find that missing person, right? Or trying to solve that unsolved unaliving of somebody. You see what I'm saying? But this stuff, everybody's like, it's like parting the Red Seas. Sorry to get biblical, but that is kind of the case. Let me show you guys this. There's two different things.
People who are wearing.
So the guy that did the interview, that bearded guy. Okay, so this is a video. Let me just show you what it's saying here. So this is from Nick Sorter. So just get ready for it. But Don Lemon, what the F? Don Lemon personally praised one of the rioters who stormed a church in Minnesota yesterday, telling him, "Thank you for your service." So he's saying Lemon is not a journalist. He encouraged people to storm the church and harass churchgoers. Lock him up. Let's take a look at this video.
In the uniform now, you think they're patriots?
I don't think so, especially those ICE agents.
That's what I'm talking
no.
about. Yeah. Well,
No, they're terrorists. They're traitors.
Thank you, guys. Thank you for your service. I appreciate it.
Today we had the honor to protest with Nikema Armstrong and the Racial Justice Network. Just like Jesus did, we went into that church and we flipped tables peacefully. Where are you? Where are you? Where are you? Where are your people? Why are you not at Whipple every day fighting for the humanity, standing for our people? Where are you? You drink your coffee, you got your jewelry, you have your nice clothes, but what do you do? What do you do to stand for your Somali and Latino communities? I'm not going to comment. You have no comment, exactly. As you can see, all these pretend Christians, all these comfortable white people who are living lavish, comfortable lives while children are dragged into concentration camps. You're living real life, nice lives with your lattes, doing absolutely nothing for your Latino and Somali brothers and sisters. You come here to a man wearing a suit. Is a preacher? Did Jesus wear a suit? Did Jesus profit off the words? No, Jesus would dine with immigrants. You do not touch me. Touch me again and see what happens. Hey, you can't. You are a fake Christian. Why are you not standing with your Somali and Latino communities? Why do I not see you out at Whipple every day protesting this attack on humanity? Where are you? You're sinners. You're pretending to be Christians. But we know you live an easy life, don't you? A very easy life while people are starving. Living real comfortable while the people starve. living real comfortable while children are dragged into concentration camps. You're all living real comfortable, aren't you? Shame on you. Do something. Stand with the Somalis. Stand with the Latinos. Quit ignoring this injustice. He wears a suit and tie, and he hangs out with Kristi Noem. How is that a Christian? You're supposed to accept all immigrants, are you not? Why are you not going down to Whipple and joining us in protest against this inhumanity?
People who are wearing.
Oh boy, oh boy, oh boy. Oh boy, oh boy. Yes, we are living in some wild times. We are living in some wild times. Okay. Here's the other wild one. I have to share this because this is the thing I was worried about. I mean, some will say he's a nut job, that guy. Some will say that he's just passionate and he wants the right things in the world. I think there's a time and place for everything. Yeah. Going into a place of worship is one thing. Going into a place of worship while there is worship going on is another thing. It's crazy. This whole thing's crazy, guys. And also, let me just make this abundantly clear. Okay, I'm not trying to say, oh, please let there be missing children. Not at all. Okay, I'm just saying true crime, yes, it could be polarizing. Yes, it could be very divisive as well, especially if everyone has, people have differing opinions about what happened to a particular person. But I'm just saying it's just a little bit less chaotic, right? This kind of stuff just rips the entire country, rips the entire chat room apart, all that. You know what I mean? When it comes to stuff like this. But this is the thing that I was really, really worried about. And I do not want, I was really scared about this actually happening. And now it's actually happening. Remember when I showed you guys a video where this guy said, hey, I showed up unarmed this time, but next time I'm showing up, I'm going to be strapped and I don't care. I'm going to make my voice heard by any means necessary. That's what he said. Remember that? Yeah, that was a real thing. All right. So now we got something else. Something I was really fearful to have happen. So a man armed with a rifle is now standing guard outside a home in St. Paul after multiple ICE sightings in the area. This is what happens when federal agents turn neighborhoods into war zones. Families are terrified. Communities are on the edge. And everyone's one bad decision away from a tragedy. So let's take a look at this. Crazy.
Oh, okay. Yeah. Do you live in the neighborhood? Yep, this is my block. This is my area.
Is that a silencer? Is that a silencer at the end of his on his weapon? All my weapon enthusiasts, can you tell me is that a silencer on the muzzle? Holy poop on a stick.
I don't go into other people's neighborhoods and try and intimidate them. I protect my people.
Are you giving out your name?
No, I'm okay with that. Our neighborhood's showing up.
You guys had a lot of people out here, right?
At least 30 or more.
Yeah.
40 or 50.
That's pretty good for a quick turnout.
Oh, okay.
Yo, if that is, oh my Lord. But here's the thing. He's not the only one, okay? There are other guys out here that are just strapped. Just straight up strapped. Yeah, a suppressor. Yeah. So he got, and I thought that's illegal. Isn't that illegal? I thought it's illegal to have like that kind of stuff. Still, no matter what, it's not the silencer that's taking people's, that has the potential of taking people's lives. Okay. It's the actual weapon itself, right? That is absolutely knuckin' futz. All right. Yeah, I already know about that, Classic. I mean, there are Black Panthers actually showing up in various areas. They're strapped too. And they're like, hey, we saw what ICE did. We ain't playing. We're right here. We're ready. We know our rights, so on and so forth. But now you got a guy like this guy strapped in his own neighborhood. So if ICE does show up, this is not going to be good, guys. This is not what I want to see happen. I know some people are praying for this stuff to happen. They just want to see carnage. They want to see bad things happening. This is not how it should be going down, everybody. Peaceful protests, doing your peaceful demonstrations, showing up, making your voice heard. But standing around with a peace, standing at ready, is only going to turn volatile. So that's also real. Dude out here, have mercy. We are, like I said, I know I keep on repeating that, but we are living in some really, really crazy times. Okay? Scary, scary, crazy times. So I'm going to end this poll here, though, real quick. I said, should Don get arrested for what he did? Filming people, right? Hold on. In fact, now I want to know, I need to get to know Greg Bovino for a second. So we might go on a Greg Bovino trip for like 2 seconds. So out of 631 votes, I said, should Don get arrested for this? 67 of you guys said no. That's interesting. 67 of y'all, 67% of y'all said no. Interesting. Hold on. I need to check something here real quick, guys. So this is from, thank you, Messi, for sending this to me. Let's see what this is. I haven't seen this yet, so I just pulled this up. I'm just seeing what it's saying. Fox News, according to Fox News, they're saying, full court press. The DOJ says John Lemon, has been already said this, but he's been put on notice, okay, over what he did with the coverage of this anti-ICE mob that stormed that church. So the DOJ's Assistant Attorney General for Civil Rights, Harmeet Dillon, warned Lemon online. Okay, a house of worship is not a public forum for your protest. It is a space protected for exactly such acts by federal criminal and civil laws. Nor does the First Amendment protect your pseudo-journalism of disrupting a prayer service. You are on notice. Crazy. So now he is on notice for his role in covering agitators at this church. So apparently, Ali, thank you so much. So suppressors are legal in Minnesota for hunting only. Interesting. That's very interesting. Thank you so much for that information. Yeah, I keep wondering because they're saying he's on notice. Like they're looking into him. Like, I don't know. Like, and that's it. That could mean nothing. That could just be like, oh, don't you dare. You know what I mean? It's like talking to your kid. You're telling them not to touch something, but they keep kind of inching towards it. Don't you dare. You know what I mean? What did I say, son? What? They just keep getting a little bit closer to it. You're on notice. You're on notice now, son. Like, what does that mean? What does that mean? What does that all mean? I guess we'll find out. We will definitely find out soon enough. Okay. Greg Bovino. Greg, not Dan, but Greg Bovino. Hold on. Let's see. I'm sure he had a very recent interview. Yes, he did. So we're going to grab that real quick. He's got a bunch. His haircut. His haircut is just jacking me up. I'm sorry. It's hard to see. Okay. So Border Patrol Chief Gregory Bovino, okay, he's been spotted in the Twin Cities. Okay, let's take a look at this.
As thousands of federal immigration agents descend on Minnesota, what do we know about the man leading those operations?
My name is Gregory Bovino.
We reviewed hours of depositions, body-worn camera footage, and court filings, all involving Border Patrol Chief Gregory Bovino. After reviewing that evidence, a federal judge called Bovino, quote, evasive and not credible when talking about how agents use force against the public.
Were you telling us the truth? That's the question. Can you answer that, yes or no?
Mr. Or not yes or no, I can't.
Okay.
Just last week, Bovino stood alongside DHS Secretary Kristi Noem as she defended the ICE agent who shot and killed a woman in Minneapolis. Bovino rose to prominence as the Trump administration launched its aggressive immigration crackdowns across the country last year.
Arrest as many people that touch you as you want to. Those are the general orders all the way to the top. Everybody gets it if they touch you. You hear what I'm saying?
Bovino did not respond to our request for an interview, but body camera footage we reviewed shows how he acted on the ground in Chicago. This video shows Bovino deploying tear gas at a crowd of protesters, despite being told by one of his own agents it wasn't necessary.
If you need to deploy gas, no, we're good. We're ready to move out wherever you are.
I did not give a warning.
Okay.
We're gonna gas. It looks like we're gonna go ahead and gas. Okay. Gas the cord. Gas the cord.
A federal judge also found Bovino was outright lying at times during the more than 7 hours he testified under oath. That includes when he was questioned about this video, which shows Bovino using physical force against a protester.
You got over the barrier, tackled this man to the ground, and arrested him, right?
No.
Did you not?
Say that again? He said, no, I ain't do that. Okay.
Not tackle him?
No.
Do you acknowledge that you're tackling Mr. Blackburn on this video?
No.
And Bovino continued to defend the conduct of immigration agents on the ground.
Have there been uses of force that have been less than proper?
No, all uses of force have been more than exemplary.
But if
Deny, 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 and deny some more. Have mercy. Let us continue.
Commander Bovino, let me ask
Here's
you
an interview with Bovino.
As somebody who's been reporting here for a long time, people are scared to death about what's going on the streets of Minneapolis, and they're scared that they might get hurt, their loved ones might get hurt, maybe their cleaning lady gets deported. What do you say to those people who are genuinely worried?
Sure. Well, those individuals that are worried, if they're United States citizens or legal permanent residents or have some type of legal status to be or remain here in the United States, there's no reason to be scared. However, if they are a criminal alien or an illegal alien, then they should probably be very scared, because we are here conducting a Title VIII immigration mission. So to those that are scared and they're looking for a solution or an answer to this, those illegal aliens, there is one. It's called the CBP Home app. And with thousands of law enforcement officers, ICE, Homeland Security Investigations, Border Patrol, CBP on the ground here, I would highly ask them to utilize that CBP Home app so that they can get in line and do it the right way. Many of these legal residents come up to us and say, wow, I spent many years doing it the right way. Why is this individual not doing it the right way? That's all we're asking, and we're giving them a fantastic opportunity to do that.
I have to ask you about the Renee Good shooting, and I think what's created so much attention is that there are all these multiple videos. You obviously have seen the videos, as have all your people. Do you feel this was a justified shooting by the ICE agent?
I feel that that ICE agent was in a very a very difficult, untenable situation, and he did what he had to do to ensure that his life was saved. But let's take that a step farther. The lives of others were saved, whether that was members of the public and or other law enforcement officers. We have to remember that those situations are not, it's 360 degrees, like I always say. That's a 360-degree situation, crowds forming, known violence, a lot of things happening there that individual police officer or ICE agent has to make in a very difficult environment. So when they make those decisions, they didn't put themselves in that situation knowing that was going to happen. They had no clue that was going to happen. And I think for the viewers and members of the public, that agent had no clue that that was going to happen, but he was put into that violent situation and reacted when a 4,000-pound missile came right at him.
Meaning the minivan.
Yes.
Let me ask you, I interviewed the police chief yesterday who was very critical of the agent who did the shooting for having a cell phone and videotaping the events as he was working the actual case. Is that common for ICE agents to videotape as they are working?
Well, absolutely. Videotaping is very important. As you know, prosecutions, or when you have an individual that is not adhering to commands, definitely you want that on video, because that video tells a story. It's very interesting. The chief says that he doesn't approve of that, but yet whenever we don't have a video, some of these same individuals say, well, gosh, there's not a video of it, must not have happened. So let's don't put these agents, these police officers, in a catch-22. I'm glad that they had a video. They're doing the very best they can. Armchair quarterbacking a police officer on the street in a deadly situation like that, that's not something I'm going to do.
Why aren't they wearing body cameras? Because if that agent had a body camera, we could really see it from his perspective, what he saw. And a lot of times body camera video is used to prove that the police acted properly.
Sure. Body cameras, and I'm not going to speak for Immigration and Customs Enforcement. I am a Border Patrol agent, as you can see the Border Patrol patch here. But body cameras are in use, and there's differing rules and regulations for that. I'm not going to second guess what or why that agent did or didn't have a body camera on, but different missions. Perhaps he was undercover. If you're undercover and you've got a body camera sticking right out, you're not undercover anymore. So we need to let the facts of that case come about. But if he was videotaping, then good on him.
You actually tried to stop at a Target, I think, to use the restroom or get a drink, and there was kind of quite a scene there. Is that this kind of scene being replicated with your agents all over this area?
In Minneapolis, it is. Unfortunately, in Minneapolis, I call this a contrast in operations, a vast, conspicuous contrast in operations. Just got back from Louisiana. I went to Targets, and I went to many places to use the bathroom or perhaps buy a snack or interact with the public, because I am a public official. I do like to interact with the public. In Louisiana, never saw it. In fact, one act of violence towards a Border Patrol agent in over 30 days of operations there in Louisiana. Contrast that here to Minneapolis, completely different animal. A lot of unfriendly individuals out there, a lot of violence against ICE and Border Patrol. As a matter of fact, we've been here approximately 4 days, and well over 20 18 U.S.C. 111 assaults on federal officers over those past 4 days. So 1 in 30 days in Louisiana, well over 20, probably approaching 30 by the end of today, because we've already had vehicle rammings and that type of thing today on the ground here in Minneapolis. So definitely it's a lot different here. We did see this in Chicago, Los Angeles, somewhat in Charlotte, North Carolina. So our agents are very adept at dealing with this. Unfortunately, we shouldn't have to deal with this. We don't want to deal with this. We want to conduct our Title VIII mission free from the encumbrances of agitators and rioters.
Oh, boy. Okay. Well, that's what he sounds like. What are your thoughts? What are your thoughts on the guy? I'm not going to play that whole interview, but it's good to hear. It's good to hear that interview, right? And just get the opinions But yeah, what are your thoughts? I mean, he is who he is, I guess, right? Just insane. Just insane. Welcome to our world, y'all. I guess there's protests going on in Portland now too. Hold on. I just want to see for myself. Apparently there's protests going on.
Do you know why you're here today? I do know why I'm here today, because I love my country. So do we.
Okay. So there's protests going on in Portland right now too. ICE facility protests, and counter protesters as well.
None of your business. That's our right to keep it private.
Oh, really?
Yeah. Just because I don't like illegal immigration doesn't mean I voted for whoever you think I did.
And are you a Native American?
Yes, I am.
Oh, really?
Yeah. And I'm also part black. My genetic DNA says that. So fuck you.
Nazi salutes, but and again,
You're really
make
great.
this a racist
Thanks for
thing, and
coming
we'll go ahead
by.
and we'll fix that bill. That's where we're at.
Thanks for showing your true
You're the one
colors.
that made it a racist thing.
You're welcome.
We
It's a
were
great
literally you guys wanted to immediately turn that freaking Elon again, giving a freaking race.
That's all I'm doing.
I know.
Yeah, but I need to leave, right? We all need to leave.
I could care less about the term the imagery.
I was normal. I came out here doing nothing, and I've already been assaulted by 3 of these idiots out here. Yeah, rubbing their shit up against me, putting it like 2 inches from my face, blowing their whistles 2 inches from my
walking
ear.
around with a fucking camera.
I was stationary until idiots came up to me. You don't know a fucking thing.
Up to me.
Yes, I did, because this crowd gets what it's giving.
Leave her alone, okay? And I can respect you. Can't reason with idiots.
I don't support murder, just like I don't support the death penalty.
Legal immigrants are welcome here.
All illegals got to go! All illegals got to go!
And I respect you.
All illegals got to go!
Thank you for talking to me. Have a blessed day.
Hell no! Hell no! Ain't no illegals welcome here! Take that shit back!
Okay. So that's going on. And I'll keep an eye on that. I'm like, man, not Portland too. Come on, man. Portland too. Like, and of course, there's gonna be protests all freaking over the place. Okay. All freaking over the place. Hold on, guys. I'm just getting a few things moved around here real quick. And closing some of these windows because there's a lot of crap. Oh man. This is all very sad, guys. I mean, I hate I hate seeing what we've been seeing. Okay. I hate seeing it. I wish we didn't live in such a divided world. I really wish we didn't live in a divided world like this. But unfortunately we are in a very, very divided and messed up world. Some things just need to. I wish we could find some place of peace, right? I really wish we found some place of peace. Sorry, guys, 1 second. So this would be a perfect opportunity to share something with you guys. I posted something, a video online and, just on YouTube, and I put it on Patreon as well. And I know I talked to you guys about this. Let me take this down too. I know I talked to you guys about this, but I'm just gonna say it again. You know, Friday night, I talked to you guys about how there's a new endeavor, there's a new piece that I'm a new segment of the show that I'm bringing on. Okay, because like I said, we are in a time where there isn't there's just too much divide, but there's not enough like unity. You know, like, yes, we could still have our conversations about what's going on. Yes, we are still going to do that. Still going to give you guys the news as I always do, just like what we did today, you know, giving you guys the breakdowns of what's going on and all that. Right. But one thing is for sure, I said that I was going to share with you guys a new piece. Right. So I am bringing music onto the show, which I know a lot of you guys are very hype about. And I am too. I'm very excited about it because, like I said, there's just so much where everyone, you know, even in the chat, sometimes, not all the time, but sometimes the chat will get really heated, angry, so on and so forth, and, you know, just get at each other, you know. And I feel like, yes, we got to talk about those things. We got to have those hard-hitting conversations, but we also need to have other things to enjoy. You know, music brings the world together, right? Art brings the world together. I told you guys for a while, I've been wanting to do this for years. I haven't done it because of just, you know, being able to find the time, and also honestly because of also because of financials. I'm going to be real. I mean, it's not cheap doing what I want to do. Right. So with that being said, I told you guys I was going to start a new tier for in memberships. Right. So I have a new tier on YouTube, but I also have one on Patreon as well. So you can support either way. So I'm just going to share and show you guys what I'm talking about. This one right here is called Pascal's Musical Fam. I know it's not the greatest title. It was the only thing I could think of. It was tip of my brain, tip of my tongue. So I'm like, okay, we're going to call it this for now, and then later on we'll morph it into something else. But it is a tier on Patreon, and it is also going to be. It is also going a membership tier as well. Okay, so this funds the band and everything else that goes on with that part of like the production side of things. You know. That's like from the that's everything from the sound engineer to the musicians that will be performing, to the videographers that are shooting the videos, you know what I'm saying, to make things look good. Kind of like when I did the Christmas song, with that, you know, Please Come Home for Christmas song, you know, I had a sound engineer, I had the band, I had shooters, you know, like videographers shooting the whole thing and making it all look really, really good, right? So basically it's that, but trying to do this on a regular basis, not just every once in a while. You know what I mean? Not just every once in a while. Like, this is going to be on a regular basis. That's why I need the help, because, you know, videographers, a band, and a sound guy, those things are not cheap. Those all add up, especially when you're doing that on, you know, on a regular basis. But what's really cool about the support, you guys are getting first row seats to everything. As far as picking out the music that we're doing, you're getting behind the scenes look at band practices and all that, right? You're going to be a part of the whole thing as well. Okay. So especially when we're trying to figure out what song we're going to do next, or what we're going to, you know, look into next. We are going to be putting up lists where it's like, hey, we got these 5 songs that we're looking into. Which 3 would you want to hear? Right. Or it's requests from you guys. Hey, you know, this week we're looking into songs, and we're looking at this genre. Any requests of specific songs that you'd like for us to perform, and so on and so forth. So that is basically what the membership will entail. Of course, it's also to support what we're doing, but also at the same time, you guys are going to get firsthand opinions about everything. Okay. About, okay, yeah, we're doing some R&B this week kind of thing. Okay, well, yeah, let's do this, that, and the third. Or hey, I would love for you to do this song, or I want you to do this song instead, or whatever. See what I'm saying? So again, it's an opportunity for this to be a very interactive experience. Not only you guys just seeing me perform these songs, but it's also an opportunity for you guys to be a part of the band, right? And be a part of that decision making, okay? And, I've already told you guys before, we're going to be performing all kinds of different songs of all kinds of different genres. Get ready for it, because it's going to be insane. And so that's why I'm saying, hey, because I know we have a lot of people that watch the show that have different tastes in music. And I want to be able to bring and showcase those different tastes of music onto the show as well, because I love all kinds of music. Okay. I listen to everything for the most part. Okay. If it sounds good, I'm listening to it. Okay. If it's good music, I'm listening to it. It doesn't matter if it's, death metal or as country music is. You see what I'm saying? If it sounds good, I'm listening to it, So again, please go check it out. It's the same title on Patreon and on YouTube. Okay. Brand new tier on YouTube and on Patreon. It's called Pascal's Musical Fam. If you could please go support, that would be greatly, greatly appreciated. There will be a members stream this Wednesday. So there will be our first ever members stream where you guys get to see band practice, basically, while we are putting some things together to film hopefully the following week. So like I said, check it out. Support if you can. Become a member, because that would help us tremendously. Okay. Like I said, it ain't cheap putting these kinds of things together, especially at the scale of what we are doing with this. Okay. So it's called Pascal's Musical Fam. Go check it out. You can go on Patreon, or if you prefer staying on YouTube, you can just go over to YouTube, just like we have the regular family membership. You can go over there and support over there as well. Okay. Just so that you guys know. Okay. So go check it out. Patreon and on YouTube. Okay. I'm really looking forward to it. But let me get some of these super chats here really quick. Again, I appreciate everybody and all your support and everything. The encouragement is amazing. So I do appreciate that. And like I said, I'm looking forward to sharing more with the show. I mean, it's not only just music. It's I'll be bringing back skits again and all that too. Because I don't know about you, but I need to laugh. And I know we do plenty of laughing on this show, but I'm just saying, it's just time to have a little bit of fun, and bring the variety back to the show. So there you have it. Okay. Pascal's Musical Fam. Okay. Check it out. It's on Patreon and it's right here on YouTube as well, if you want to support. Okay. Black Lake, thanks so much for the love. People say MLK was a Fed, and when they used him, and then when they used him all up, they unalived him in hopes of a race war. Thoughts? That is an interesting theory. I've heard the theory about him being a Fed, but them trying to start a race war. I don't know. I mean, I don't see it, but I can see that, but I don't think that that's what happened. You see what I'm saying? But that's interesting, Black Lake. Thank you so much for sharing that. General Genobi, you have these first three. Okay, so I'm going to grab these here really quick. I know I showed one during one of these conversations or during one of these videos, but I'm going to read it out loud for us, okay? Let's move on. Oh, okay. So, Jenna Ginobili, thank you so much for the love. I think it's totally ironic that people are crying for safety in church when women and children are SA all the time in churches. Interesting. Hypocrites and fake pearl clutching. That's a very interesting observation. It is true. There's a lot of that kind of stuff happening for sure. Yeah, definitely an observation, strong observation. Again, the right hated sanctuary for years, but now wail that sanctuary is sacred. Yep, I see your point there too. Another one, Jesus flipped tables for people who did evil things in his name. True. That is very true. That is very true. Juju, thank you so much for the love. I appreciate it. One cannot be a Christian and supporter, I guess, support of ICE and Trump. It's hypocritical. Yeah, but then there's people out here that believe that Trump is doing the Lord's work and that ICE is doing the Lord's work, right? But that's the thing. I do believe, like what the I've had it woman said, I don't remember her name. I don't know her name, but she did say that there's a lot of rhetoric, that is being used, has basically become propagandized to just like, oh yeah, these are hardworking Christian people. You see what I'm saying? The word Christian has come back into the dialogue, right? And that's what we've been seeing a lot of lately, right? So some people will disagree and say it's very Christian what they're doing. I don't think it is. I just don't. I don't think it's Christian for what they're doing. But then at the same time, the ones that are the bad ones, let me just say that the ones that are bad, that are breaking laws for violent acts and all of that, they should be detained. There should be zero tolerance on that. Detain them, take them away. But those that are just innocent, like I said, I think in the ripping people's families apart, so on and so forth, I feel like, that's a bit unjust in my personal opinion. Moving on. Parky Posey, thank you so much for the love. So we're going to compare a shooting and an unaliving with a peaceful protest at church. Where did y'all go wrong? Yeah, no, I mean, it was a protest for sure. But I will say there were laws that were broken. I'm sorry. I'm just talking about law. Doesn't matter. Like my opinions are, hey, say what you need to say, do your thing. But you got to do it legally. Because like I said earlier, the act or the purpose of that act is ignored. And the act is focused on. That becomes the focus, and that becomes the talking point, rather than, oh snap, this is a priest or like a pastor that's also an ICE agent. That's absolutely just messed up and wild, right? You see, people are too busy going, oh well, what had happened is they were breaking the law. And it's like, no, you don't realize that he was also an ICE agent? That's the reason why they're there. But everybody's not, but certain sides aren't looking at that. But that's how the game works. You see what I'm saying? That's how the game works, ladies and germs. They will take something and they'll go, oh, it's because of this, that, and the third. That's why. Like, Renee Good being gay in a same-sex marriage. There were people out there like, oh, well, she was out there with her gay lover. You know what I'm saying? And instead of looking at like, okay, she was peacefully protesting. Sure, the car was blocking the road, right? She was trying to go away. I think she was trying to drive, not trying to hit him. I think she was just trying to drive away. But you see that there's certain things that they'll take and they'll run with it. Or there's lies and rumors that they lean on. And they will just use that. They will sit on that forever. You see what I'm saying? As like that being proof positive of how bad she was. Like they said that she was like a terrible mother, like a tyrant and a very violent individual and blah, 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 right? That's what they were saying in the very beginning. because they had to fill the void with something. Instead of saying tragic, it's tragic that this woman lost her life in the ways that she did. No, they tried to fill up more stuff to make it seem like she was just this tyrannical individual. See, she is a domestic terrorist. Can't you see? She has a history of being one. You see what I'm saying? Like I said, they'll find that one little thing and then they'll expand it. And it'll be the only thing that they lean on rather than looking at the other pieces of information. Why they were, like, for example, why they were inside that church in the first place. They forget all that. They just go, oh, these crazy people walked in and breaking laws. But if it was outside that building, outside of that church, that would not be part of that rhetoric. That would not be part of what they're saying right now. Right now, they're going, you're targeting Christians. That's not what we wanted. That's not what I'm sure what those protesters wanted. You see what I'm saying? But moving on. Messy, thank you so much. Churches are private property, like I already covered. Yes, you're right. You don't have the right to record without permission. That is very true, too. That is true. When it comes to Don Lemon being out there with his camera and everything and interviewing all these people randomly, getting their faces all on camera and all that stuff, yeah, he could get in some serious trouble. That is very, very true. Those are facts for sure. Okay. We'll see if he actually does get hit with anything. But I'm going to say this too. If he gets charged with something, so does all the other people in that group. That's just how I see it. Why does he get the brunt of it all? What? Because he's got a name? There are other names in that place too. Just saying. Random the Dime. Thank you so much for the love. I appreciate it. Thank you so very much. General Genobi, what's up? Thank you again. That is my old division going. Good old boy network. Okay. I see. Interesting, Genobi. Interesting. NB7, thank you so much for the love and being a member for the past 26 months. That's a long time. How do the small businesses survive? No one is talking about that enough. How do the small businesses survive? Small businesses, you mean like in these local areas? Shoot, I have no idea if that's what you're talking about. I have no idea. I don't know, because there's so much craziness right now. I don't see anyone wanting to even go to a local McDonald's right now. So how could the economy, how could the town, like the city and all that, be thriving right now if everything's a hotspot for getting targeted? Especially if you don't want to deal with ICE. Like, trust me, I don't want to have to deal with ICE. Just like I'm an American citizen. And those that are watching right now that are American citizens, I guarantee you're not wanting to go and have a run-in with ICE. Are you out your damn mind? No one wants to deal with ICE if they don't have to. You see what I'm saying? Some people just want to live their life, make their money, raise their kids, and keeps it moving. That's it, right? That's it. But these local businesses, even corporate businesses, even the ones that are franchises or whatnot, I'm sure they're all having a hard time right now in that area. No one wants to deal with ICE if they don't have to. Shoot. Right. Thank you so much for the love. Yes. Yeah. That Greg Bovino. Yeah. He definitely vibes. Definitely cosplay vibes for sure. Baby Gator, thank you so much for the love. Look up the FACE Act. I just did. Yes, I did. So I'm glad you brought that up. Thank you so much. Let's pull this up. They broke the law, FAFO. Let's see. Let's see what this is all about. So I just put up in the Google AI overview. So this is the Freedom of Access to Clinic Entrances Act of 1994. It is a U.S. federal law that prohibits using force, threats, or physical obstruction to block people from obtaining or providing reproductive health services or exercising religious freedom at a place of worship. Okay. And also forbids damaging such facilities or churches. It was enacted in response to violence against abortion clinics, protecting patients and providers from intimidation, violence, and property destruction, and allows for both criminal penalties and civil lawsuits for violations. So there's that. And yeah, I mean, if I'm correct, sorry to be the bearer of bad news, but that sounds like what they could be getting hit with. And this is exactly what Benny Johnson was talking about on his show, that they could be getting hit. Don could be getting hit with a lot of charges because of what is underneath the FACE Act. So again, this is very interesting, right? We'll see what happens though. He's on notice. What does it mean? I don't know, but he's on notice though. Ryan, thank you again so much. I appreciate it. I want unity and peace so bad, but I can't and won't let negative stuff, okay, or anything that of that nature slide in an impossible situation. Yes, I want unity, I want togetherness, and I want peace really bad too. But yes, we must call out the racists and the bigots and all of it, because we can't live in a life we can't live in a world of peace if those things do exist. That's what I think. If we're all mean to each other, that's not a life worth living. That's not peace. That's terrible. So you got to call out the BS. You got to call out the bad. You do. But also you got to do it peacefully. Oh, and lawfully. Let's not forget that too. Let's continue. Beautiful Messy Ball, thank you so much for the love. On YouTube, is it the same channel with, I don't know what that object is, but we are different tiers, or is it a different channel? We are different tiers, or is it a different channel? No, it's a different tier. So on Facebook, or not Facebook. I keep on wanting to say Facebook. So on YouTube, you can go into the membership thing, and there's two different memberships. You could do the regular family member thing, okay, which is the regular one that I've had there for years. And then there's a new one called Pascal Musical Fam. You can go there and you can, support over there too. So you can literally do both. You could do one or the other. It's up to you. Okay. But it is on the Pascal Show clip it is on the Pascal Show YouTube channel, because it's all going to be on the Pascal Show channel. Okay. This is not going to be a second or fourth or fifth thousandth channel. Hail to the no. This is all going to be on YouTube. So if you go on YouTube to the memberships, you'll see a brand new membership. It's called Pascal Musical Fam. Pascal's Musical Fam. You can click on that and support that way. Or if you want to, and you feel like it's a little bit cleaner to do it over at Patreon, Patreon has the same thing. You can go through the tiers and you can find the membership tier, which is Pascal's Musical Fam as well there too. Okay. And all you got to do is just, click on it and, support however you see fit. Okay. So you got those two choices. Okay. It's the same price on both platforms. So nothing's changed. Okay. But it helps fund the show, or fund the musicians and all the elements of what we're going to do in this new piece. Okay. So again, I'm really looking forward to it, because all these guys are very, very talented. All these guys are dope. Okay. So we'll see how that all goes. But guys, now that you know about the thing, music is coming into the show, which I'm really looking forward to. I'm very excited about that. And there's going to be more of that kind of stuff coming in the very, very near future. But like I said, I'm trying to bring more entertainment back into the show. Not only just the news, which we still will be doing, but also just another side of myself, and just another side of the show that I used to have way back in the day. Not me performing, but just having people performing on the show. And that will be a thing too. Soon there will also be other artists performing on the show as well in the near futures too. So just saying that out loud too, because I can't be, performing every show, but I do want to showcase other things and just bring a little bit more fun into the show. So just get ready for it, because that's coming very soon. All right, guys, that's the show. I appreciate all y'all for being here. It really means a lot. Thank you so much for tuning in. Okay. I appreciate you guys. Death by Booby, thank you so much for the love. I appreciate it. Thank you. Please share. Yeah, if you can. I appreciate it. Share. All right. We are going to hit the ground running next week. So I'm very excited about it. All right. But anyway, guys, thank you so much for tuning in. You could be watching anything, anywhere else, but you decided to watch this show, so that means the world to me. Seriously. Okay, so please do me a favor. Hit that like button down below. Crush it, do what it do. Hit that reaction button if you're watching on these other platforms. And if you are watching on these other platforms like Facebook, X/Twitter, Instagram, Twitter, Twitch, Rumble, Kick, make sure you hit that follow button. Follow if you can. Hit that subscribe button here on my main channel right here. Subscribe. Go to my second channel, The Pascal Show Clips, and my third channel, Pascal Raw. Subscribe to those channels. That'd be greatly appreciated, okay? Hit that notification bell on all those platforms. Set it to all so you know whenever I go live, whenever I upload, because honestly, it is random. So do me that solid, okay? Hit that join button down below. Become a member. Also check out Pascal's Musical Fam. If you want to become a member over there on that side, please make sure you do that. Go and become a member. Support, okay? Check out my Patreon as well. A lot of stuff coming on Patreon very, very soon, all right? And in the members stuff, okay? And, of course, check out PascalMerch.com. We got some really great stuff over there, PascalMerch.com. Anyway, guys, it is time to get going. Much love to you guys. We'll be talking here soon. I may be on a little bit later on this evening, okay? But I got things to do. Talk to you guys soon. Be good to yourselves. Be good to one another. This is The Pascal Show. Bye.